Oh, we are live. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Thank you so much for joining in as usual. And we hope that everyone had a wonderful and productive week. And as usual, looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend. So, welcome to Mystic Sensation Live with your host, Anne Marie and Byron. Okay, Truck Life, no problem. Anne Marie and Byron's the host. So, again, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate each and everyone who joins us. So, remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing and turn on the post notification bell. So whenever we put out a notification to say we're coming live, then you will get it. Also, let me just bring this up here. Welcome to those in the chat. Welcome, Truck Life. Thank you so much for your continued support. Really appreciate. RJ, welcome. Happy Friday. Isaac's family, welcome, saying blessings, everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Tara J, Caribbean Vibes, saying blessings, everyone. Thank you so much. Miss Yvonne, good night to you both in Jesus' name. Amen. Likewise to you, Miss Yvonne. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Arthur, welcome, saying happy Friday, Mystic Sensation.
Blessings, Arthur.
Okay. So my notification has been set from this morning.
All right.
Okay, so the topic for this week is corruption knows no bounds. All right, so that is what Baron is going to be speaking on. So I'm not going to delay. So we are sorry. Thought I heard a feedback. It's the AC. Okay, so I'm not going to delay. We are just going to go straight into the program. So first, I am going to say condolences to the family of Jamelia Cole, and also for a speedy recovery to the mom and niece. It's unfortunate what happened, a very brutal attack on a young lady just 15 years old. So I am going to go ahead and play the video. Sure, quite a lot of persons have seen it already, but for those who are not aware, let me just share the video. Arthur saying, I see Uncle Baron running with the NFL team tonight for the Niners. All right, let me just bring up, okay. Just gonna share this clip with you guys.
Harrison has condemned the killing of 15-year-old Jamelia Cole and the brutal attack on her family. Mrs. Gordon Harrison described the incident as extremely sobering and disheartening and has expressed concern about the 17-year-old girl who reportedly escaped during the incident.
To have a 15-year-old lose her life in such a tragic set of circumstances with such extreme violence, of course, really gets to the core of what pain feels like for a family. So as children's advocate, on behalf of myself and the office that I lead, we express our condolences publicly, and we also are bearing in mind the 17-year-old who is described as having escaped the ordeal. And we're very much aware of the fact that this escape is not truly an escape, because she now has to deal with the psychological pain and the trauma.
Okay, so that was a really savage attack on the family, because she was not only beaten to death, but her maiden was messed with. So we need to just sit back for a bit and just take a look at what is happening, especially with our children. This is an attack on our future. More and more children are dying in manners like these, where they are savagely attacked by, I would say, older persons who should be protecting them. And I'm really hoping and praying that when the mother and cousin recover, maybe they can identify the perpetrator. And whoever knows something, please say something, because if you don't say anything, you're just as guilty as the person who committed this heinous act. Okay?
But this again speak in tandem of a government that failed to protect its people.
Yeah.
Right, and we're of course we have heard the Prime Minister while he was campaigning, right, promise that we'll be able to sleep with our doors open,
windows open.
And obviously this is a grave concern, right, to all parents and concerned citizens as it relates to where Jamaica is heading. And we have seen a Minister of National Security who has not made any progress or any headway as it relates to the reduction of our crime situation, meaning 1,000, number 3 each year. And that within itself speak of the poor governance that we are having. You may continue.
Okay. Yes, so as Baron added to that, rightfully so, because our leaders have failed us miserably. And our Minister of National, well, should I say security or insecurity, is sleeping on the job. Obviously, they don't have any plans because things are not getting any better. It's only getting worse. So this is another thing that we need to take to the ballot on election day, because we need some sense of security.
Exactly.
We need some sense of security in our country. We need to know that when we go into our homes, or even going on the street, that we are safe, right? We don't have to go out there being fearful, and then we go home, we're fearful again if anybody is going to break into our homes. And whatever. Right now we're living with, a lot of us have bars on our homes just to try to keep us safe. And when I watched the footage of the house, it had bars on it, and that did not stop them, right? That did not stop them. So Tara is saying, Prime Minister sold us hope that is equal to fool's gold. Right?
Exactly, Tara.
Well said, Tara.
Well said, Tara.
Well, again, my condolences to the family and friends of this young lady, and also I'm hoping for a speedy recovery, physical-wise, for the mother and cousin, but we know mentally it's going to be a long road to recovery. Okay, so without any further delay, I'm just going to hand over to Baron, and then he is going to start the discussion.
All right.
Ready? Okay.
Thank you, wifey. Good delivery.
Thank you.
Right, and once again, welcome my ardent listeners as we gather here on a Friday, right, where we can reason. And so then we all know, right, both in the diaspora and locally speaking, that we are on a quest for good governance. You have seen on the thumbnail the class of 2016, right? Corrupt actors. And we'll be going through some details in proving, of course, several points. Of course, we like to do our research. We like to go in depth, and we like to, establish fact finding, because we have seen the Prime Minister, of course, concerned about social media, right? So then, without any further ado, I want to put my wife on the spot tonight. My wife doesn't like when she's put on the spot, but don't worry, honey, you will get over it. But anyway, I want to put you on the spot tonight. And I want you to speak for all the ladies in Jamaica. All the ladies in Jamaica. And what I'm going to ask you, I am going to ask you a scenario because we're on the quest of good governance. And we want to help the voting bloc, right? The electorate to make a good decision in terms of two leaders, right? As it relates to this scenario. So you have your daughter, my wife, that of course you have worked hard, right? You sent her right through tertiary level institution, and you know your daughter achieved all that you want her to achieve as it relates to her academics, well qualified. Of course, she's now thinking to move on to get a valid partner to build a life with. And so then, of course, your daughter being, on that pursuit, right, have two gentlemen at her disposal to choose from, right? I want you to answer as a parent. And one of the gentlemen, is quite flamboyant and flashy dressing, right? And you observe him that he made a lot of promises, but not able to deliver, right? You're a concerned mother. You want to direct your daughter, right, in the path of nation building. And you realize that he's sporty, right? And as I said, he liked to articulate himself flamboyantly. But you realize that this gentleman, right, make a lot of promises, but never deliver. But here you had another gentleman who your daughter is also courting. But this gentleman is quite nerdy, astute, and has all the requisite as it relates to qualifications and someone who drives on nation building. And this person, right, always, in terms of everything that he promised, he delivered. I want you to speak. I want you to answer me as a parent that represents this scenario. And you have to give your daughter an advice. Which one of the gentlemen that you would advise your daughter to date?
Okay, I would definitely advise her to choose gentleman number 2.
Okay.
Because gentleman number 2, he is of good character, I would say, because he made sure that he has studied and has qualified himself so that he can go out there and provide for his family. He is educated enough to make sound decisions, and he will be caring enough to take care of his family, plus take care of the wife if they do get married, or take care of her until they get married. He'll be able to provide for the family, so that shows that there's some hope,
And so then you want your daughter's future
to look bright. Yes.
And so then
promising.
Say no more, right?
But the flamboyant one, flashy, making big promises and nothing behind it. So that is like getting fool's gold.
Exactly.
You get it, it's flashy, and then in no time it changed color in your hand, and it's of no use because it's just emptiness.
And as we speak, as the phrase says, is not all that glitter is gold. But why did Mystic Sensation brought that scenario tonight? So the guy that is flamboyant and flashy and always promise things, and all those promises known today be undelivered, that for me represents Andrew Holness. Unreliable. Making a lot of promises that never delivered. And here we have number 2 scenario that represent Mark Golding. That whenever he made a promise, he delivered. He delivered as it relates to the refishing of the Raya Cobra. He delivered in terms of writing, drafting an impeachment bill. And he delivered on everything that he had promised. He had delivered as it relates to giving back some percentage of his pay, donated. He had delivered. As opposed to an Andrew Holness, who stated that he will give back. And we have evidence that he has not. So my wonderful audience, I want you to listen to me tonight as we unfold some things and expose some lies. One thing for sure, that when you come to Mystic Sensation on a Friday, you don't come to waste time. You come because you want to be prepared. You want to be, mentally measured. Because our politics is very serious. And Jamaica today, we lack the governance as it relates to nation building. And so tonight, we are going to expose some lies that is circulating through social media and expose the government with evidence. And so then when Mystic Sensation, right, is speaking on a matter, my ardent listeners will see that I make reference from the mainstream media and source that we know those sources are authorized, right? So then let us listen to this young lady that I'm going to play that has no preference in a party, but speaking true to form as it relates to what she had been observing as it relates to government. She's neither PNP, she's neither GLP, right? And so then she's speaking from what she had observed, and so she's innocent from the politics. Without any further ado, straight up said the only promise that Andrew fulfilled is that which he made to himself, a promise to get rich. Straight up. Why you want to pop off the nail off of the head so early, man? You're hitting the nail on the head too hard, Take your time now. We're getting there. Straight up, we're getting there. And then without any further ado, let me present to you this lady, unbiasedly speaking as it relates to the way, she see things going on as it relates to this government. Without any further ado, honey, please play the clip.
Okay.
That's
Guys.
It's so sad that Jamaicans are so accustomed to poor leadership that when intelligent, sensible people hold the current government accountable or speak out about the injustice of the current government, boy, let me be respectful. I don't want to call y'all idiots, but it just seems so stupid to me that you're going to defend poor leadership. Like, do you not have standards? Do you not have children? Do you not want a better future for them? Because that's what you're telling me. The fact that you're content with this hogwash leadership tells me that not only do you not love yourselves, you don't even love your kids to want to give them a better future. And for those of you saying that the government is doing such a good job, give specifics and stop talking claptrap on people's pages. Because you just saying, oh, it's good with nothing behind it is you saying a whole lot of nothing. And furthermore, when you choose to be a leader, you choose to be in a position where you are held accountable. Just like if you are a parent, you chose to have kids, so you chose that responsibility and you chose to be in a position where you can be held accountable if you are not taking care of those responsibilities. So as a parent, you're not minding your child. That's why you can be taken to court for maintenance. That's why kids have rights, so that parents can do right by them, and if they are not, they can be held accountable by the law. And it's the same with the government. Just like our parent choose to have kids, the PM himself chose to be a leader. Nobody never dig him up in Spanish Town and beg him to serve the Jamaican people. Him take up himself and decided he wanted to serve. He's the same one who swore to be a good and faithful prime minister. Not my words, his. So holding him accountable has nothing to do with my personal feelings towards him. Holding him accountable has to do with his leadership, what he promised to do and what he ought to do based on the trust that Jamaicans have given him to serve as prime minister. It's so sad.
Well said, right? From someone who has no alliance to a particular party, but just speaking as it relates to her observation. Well said. Now, when we talk about good governance, Maureen Vassar, the only promise fulfilled is to pocket every pennies for he and his friend. Maureen, why? We know the people and prepare to pop off there tonight, you know. Right? And I like the vibes. I love the vibes, Maureen. Now, this is it. That when we talk about our democracy, our freedom of speech, and which the Prime Minister had agreed to during his campaign in 2015, that the Jamaican citizen have a right to criticize its government if the government is considered to be a failure. Our Prime Minister, our current Prime Minister, told us that we need to criticize the government. And so then tonight is under the microscope as a result of all the promises that did not deliver. But to show you that the Prime Minister is now moving towards being an autocrat, he tried to censor, of course, mainstream media, and in extension, want to say to social media that, you know, we are lying. And that's why, particularly when Mystic Sensation is speaking, Mystic Sensation bring forth the facts so the world can see it. Now I'm going to show you what the Prime Minister is now saying, right, during his Independence Day speech, right, where the Prime Minister is advising people to shut out social media because we are negative. So without any further ado, let me put up that clip for us all to read, and then we speak on that.
Okay. So welcome everyone. Again, happy Friday. Let me just share the clip here.
Yep. Okay, so go from top. Shut out those dark, depressive voices. Prime Minister urges nation on Independence Day. Scroll down. Prime Minister PM Andrew Holness uses Independence Day message to the nation on Sunday to appeal to Jamaicans to ignore the voices trying to distract them from realizing the progress he said is unfolding on the island. Opportunities are opening up around you every day. Reach out and grasp them with both hands, Holness implored, encouraging Jamaicans to shut out those dark, depressive voices that fuel negativity and internal strife that tell you every day that nothing is happening in your country. Good things that weren't possible 7 years ago. People, I want you to know what he's saying right here at paragraph 2. Good things that weren't possible 7 years ago are possible today. That is a blatant lie, and we are going to get into that. Choose hope, choose positivity. Holness said, telling Jamaicans to draw inspiration from the island's senior women's football team, the Reggae Girls. This is a crying shame. Just imagine that the Reggae Girls need sponsorship, and he didn't come forward with the sponsorship. But now he's jumping on the boat, on the bandwagon, just like how he jumped on what the rest of my name again? Jump on that peanut dread bandwagon and got radam. So this is it with this prime minister, right? He likes to put himself in the moment of flair, right? So let us read on. Good things that weren't possible 7 years ago are possible today. Choose hope, choose positivity. Holness said, telling Jamaicans to draw inspiration from the island's senior women's football team, the Reggae Girls, that has been performing well in the FIFA Women's World Cup tournament being held in Australia and New Zealand despite financial challenges. Take away that. Okay. So this is it. And I want to speak to Jamaica now. I'm going to get into the detail, right? And I'm going to expose some stuff tonight because I've seen certain things on social media and where Andrew Holness, right, is actually saying that because of his government policies, we have seen a reduction as it relates to our debt per GDP ratio. And it is his government policies, right, executing fiscal discipline, which is an obvious lie. And tonight we are going to prove that that pathway of economic stride began with Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. We have the evidence to prove. But before I get into the evidence, I am going to show you the hypocrisy as it relates to Andrew Holness' government. Whosoever talk and oppose his government, speaking the truth and highlighting the truth, he has a problem with us. So I am going to play a clip. Someone who is supporting the Jamaica Labour Party and supporting Bruce Golding. And I want you to listen to the lies because I have the facts to prove otherwise. Without any further ado, I want people to concentrate on what this person is saying that you are going to hear. Straight up. The fact that feels comfortable with the fact that his integrity filings cannot be cleared and the matter just drags on. tell us the kind of person that he is. Oh, we are going to get you some detail tonight. Thank you for that straight up. So without any further ado, I want the diaspora and, of course, our locals to listen to this person who has no knowledge, of what he's talking about, right? Has no knowledge. So without any further ado, listen to this person speaking on social media. Yeah.
This man Bruce Golding, no matter what you want to say about him, this man is the man that started the turn around of Jamaica's economy. When Bruce Golding won, there were some loss-making entities that over the years PNP have been propping them up, making billions of dollars in losses. Here Jamaica, the sugar factories, the aluminum company of Jamaica, you know what I mean, wasting billions of dollars propping them up every year. And we're not getting no benefit back for it. Bruce Golding had to make the decision and put those on the chopping block. Chop them loose, so that he can start turning Jamaica economy around. You understand what I mean? We found out billions of dollars in bills on that table in our back, so Bruce Golding ended up to put in the real economy. You understand what I mean? To start turning Jamaica around. When Bruce Golding came up with the world-class idea of JDX, Jamaica Debt Exchange, and put all of the debt, beg the people to basically take less for their debt that the government owe them, telling them that we are making a sacrifice for the future of Jamaica. Where was the PNP? All of a sudden now, when time Bruce Golding lost the election, he had fit the PNP in a tight jacket that they couldn't come run with it anymore. They were fit in a tight jacket, no wiggle room was there. So when I hear comrades talking about how Portia Simpson Miller and Peter Phillips turned Jamaica economy around, it's one of the gravest lies that anybody could have told in this century. We had, even when we won 2016, the PNP owed JPS over $9 billion for street light. But they don't say that. This man, Bruce Golding, came up with a world-class idea of Jamaica Debt Exchange. And that, my friend, is the turnaround of the Jamaica's economy. I will not sit by and allow the PNP to come and tell the younger generation any lies. The truth must be told.
Okay. Now, if this gentleman, by chance, is listening to this platform tonight, I want you to hold your seat, because the evidence that I am going to reveal, right, is going to show you and educate you. And we have the facts to prove. So then if you are listening to Mystic Sensation or anyone who's sharing it out, right, it must reach him. And we are going to show you, right? We are going to educate you, and show you the facts. But before I do that, because I want to strap both of them. I want to strap him, and I want to strap Andrew Holness for his lie. So I'm going to play Andrew Holness, right? Because when I finish with Andrew Holness, I am going to show the proof. Now, let us play. If it was a world-class idea, then why did the economy shrink by 5%? Arthur Phillips, we don't even have to get to that. Arthur Phillips, what I am going to show is evidence as it relates the world to see. And if he did not notice, he will now see it, right? And that's why he needs to research. Obviously, this is someone who doesn't even know how to even search on the web. And that's why he's in this predicament. So I am going to teach him a lesson tonight. But before I teach him, because I want to teach both of them. So let me play Andrew Holness, right, talking about improvement and so forth, because I want people to see and trap him in the lie. So without any further ado on it, let us play Andrew Holness there. Footage on improvement. Because he said, is government deal with improvement?
One sec, guys. Again, welcome, welcome. Oh, sorry, it's not in this one. It's over here. This one.
Okay, yes.
So what does it mean to be independent? Well, to be independent, you must be able to walk your own road to prosperity, progress, peace, and development. So basically then, independence starts with a road. Today, I'm standing on the Maypen to Williamsfield Highway, which is slated for completion at the end of August 2023, this year. This infrastructure, like all other infrastructure currently under construction across the island, represents development and ease for Jamaicans. It represents progress, growth, transformation, and independence. Today, I stand in acknowledgement and reflection on our attainment of 61 years of national independence, and my thoughts, as always, are about my Jamaican people and what independence means for them. On August the 6th, 1962, when we raised our own flag bearing the much loved and celebrated black, green and gold, we heralded in our political independence. Since that time, we have embarked on a journey to become economically independent, with one aim: to raise the standard of living of our Jamaican people and to provide every Jamaican with the opportunity for an improved quality of life.
Okay. So he's talking about, okay, Tara, wanna look on the tree card, man attack.
Independence.
But independence. Tara, and this is it. When we talk about a political canarist, right? And almost now owning the policy, right, as it relates to PNP policy. So when Damian Crawford spoke last week on the clip that I showed, that GLP tried to steal People's National Party policies, Damian Crawford wasn't joking. In truth and in fact, all what Andrew Holness spoke about are policies in extension of the People's National Party, Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. So people, let me show you the proof and make Jamaica understand that when you talk about highway and you talk about fiscal discipline as it relates to reduce borrowing and increase production, Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips had done that. Right? Now, let me explain something and let Jamaican people to understand. The move that Portia Simpson made, right, as it relates to moving towards China, right, in getting loans as it relates to our infrastructures, was a prudent move. And let me explain to the people why it is a prudent move. As it relates to all the lending agencies like the IMF, the World Bank, and so forth, China was offering the cheapest loan with the lowest interest rate. And so then a good government, a prudent government, is going to utilize that. The fact of the matter is that when a government processing the loan, how do you upkeep the loan? Right? Because it must be utilized properly as it relates to that sort of discipline. Right? Now, the Jamaican Labour Party abused that and rigged that with corruption. And so then putting us into an economic bind. So let me show Jamaican people and the diaspora that it was Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips' legacy. So we are going to bring out the plan and the idea where Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips set the pathway. But guess what? They weren't even given a chance as it relates to 2016. The electorate vote them out. So I want to show the electorate the gruesome mistake that they have made. Because Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips had all the plan and making progress. Now, where I get my evidence from is from the Jamaican government. So if the Jamaican government, if this current government want to say, don't listen to a mystic sensation, he's telling himself not to listen to the government because this is the JIS, the Jamaica Information Service, that I am pulling this information from, right, to show and to teach the previous social media vlogger who doesn't have any wit as it relates to economics, right? And so then let this clip teach him a lesson for those who talking about GLP making economic plans and better economy and better headway, which is a bunch of crap. We understand that, of course, More Peace Radio is also selling this information. So More Peace Radio, this one is for you because maybe you didn't do your research and realize that this JIS information is there to expose the lie. So without any further ado, people, sit back, relax, and enjoy the facts as we establish them.
Which one you want me to play?
Prime Minister announces.
Okay. That's another article.
No, the one with Portia Simpson. Hold on, people.
One sec, there's a few to go through.
That is the article?
Yeah, it's an article. James.
Hold on, people, because you know I want to get into my facts. Right? We didn't medicine.
Which one you want to?
YouTube. Yeah, here it is.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Sorry for that. So here coming up, the facts we have coming up.
Good day, I'm Samantha Allen, and this is your GIS News for Thursday, August 22. Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller's trip to the People's Republic of China has already borne fruit with the signing of 4 agreements between the two countries. They were signed on Jamaica's behalf by Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Minister Senator A.J. Nicholson and followed Mrs. Simpson Miller's meeting with China's President and Premier. On August 21, Minister Nicholson inked an agreement for the China Exim Bank to provide a preferential loan to support the Major Infrastructure Development Project, MIDP. The MIDP will employ thousands of Jamaicans in the rehabilitation of roads, bridges, and retaining walls. Letters of agreement on economic and technical cooperation were also signed for Jamaica to receive the equivalent of $16 million in grant aid for various projects. The two countries also agreed, through letters of exchange, on the construction of infant schools by China. And China is to send a technical group to Jamaica to participate in a feasibility study project called the Teaching Building of the Confucius Institute. If this is feasible, a specific supplementary agreement will be signed between both governments. Meanwhile, Jamaica's quest for more partners in development led Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller to meetings with the China Development Bank and China Gezuba Group Corporation, CGGC. CGGC is a state-owned construction and engineering firm that specializes in building bridges, dams, roads, and power plants with heavy investments in highways, real estate, and cement. At the August 22 meeting, representatives from the company expressed interest in partnering with Jamaica on several development projects. Mrs. Simpson Miller, in turn, welcomed the interest in Jamaica and said she looked forward to doing business with the Gezuba Corporation. And the Prime Minister had a warm and productive meeting with the China Development Bank. Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller is in China from August 21 to 25 for an official visit to deepen bilateral relations with that country. Jamaica has met all quantitative targets and structural benchmarks for the first quarter of the year under the current program with the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. This, as the IMF mission to Jamaica, led by Yan Kees Martin, concluded the first staff review of Jamaica's performance under the extent.
Is it reloading?
I'm not sure what just happened because we're still going. It's just that one sec.
Okay, click it through.
It's going to be the same.
Okay.
Apparently, there's something going on.
All right. So something going on with that. So let us just take on that because it's all of a sudden you get into this
buffering. So take
right?
it off.
Yeah, take it off complete. Right. So what I want to show that of course someone put in the chat that this prime minister had gotten a legacy, right, from the People's National Party. All of that was established by the People's National Party with the China and so forth, right? Policy agreement, even the IMF, as you heard it, you understand, talking about Jamaica on a good economic pathway. So remember that the Portia Simpson period was between the period of 2012 to 2016, if people remember, right? And so then that economic pathway, right, was set and paved. And Andrew Holness is just following policy, which of course, we're glad for him to do that. Now, this is it. As it relates to him, brags and boasts about 150 homes that he had, of course, used taxpayers' money to deliver. Portia Simpson had done much more than that. Portia Simpson had developed 1,500 as opposed to his 150 that he's bragging about. So people, I don't want, you see, when I come here, I don't just talk and go and show it. So I am going to show it that Portia Simpson had done greater as it relates to home development. Right? There is bragging about 150. Portia Simpson had done 1,500. So without any further ado, let us show that clip for people to read. So it is that Mystic Sensation is saying that. And that is one of the reasons why we reference mainstream media, right, to speak the facts, all right, as they authorize to do, right? So without any further ado, let us go in and show. You understand that Andrew Holness can just keep aside with him look at 150. You understand Portia Simpson had done greater than that. All right, without any further ado, let us play it and let the people see it.
Okay, I think it's an article, that one too.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Prime Minister announces 1,500 new housing solutions in St. James, right? And this is Portia Simpson time. So people, please remember that. If you look on the left, you see 2015 over there, right? So this is Portia Simpson time. Giving credence to her administration commitment to fostering an ownership society in Jamaica, Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller has announced that arrangements are almost concluded for a joint venture between the National Housing Trust, NHT, and a private developer to provide 1,500 new housing solutions in St. James. The Prime Minister made the announcement during her keynote address at the handing over ceremony for Balaclava Heights Housing Development in St. Elizabeth on Wednesday, December 9. Mr. Simpson Miller also disclosed that the NHT is concluding arrangements to provide interim financing for 3 housing projects located in the following parishes. Parishes Anova, which will provide more than 1,000 new housing solutions, right? St. James will provide 244 housing solutions and 116 housing solutions in St. Catherine. Ms. Simpson Miller asserted that her government will continue to deliver on the mandate to provide land and housing to Jamaican people. I think everybody accepts that the government that I lead has a strong track record of delivering on the provision of housing. I will never apologize for making the ownership of land and housing a central feature of my administration, he emphasized. In this regard, she said that the government recently responded to some of the pressures that potentially home purchasers were facing. We reduced interest rate for all new borrowers by 1% point. We also increased the amount that can be borrowed for the purchase of newly constructed houses. That loan amount was increased from a maximum of 4.5 million to new ceiling of 5.5 million. The Prime Minister outlined, noting that as a result of policy changes, new constructions are on the increase. Take that away. Take that away. So, my ardent listeners, when we said we are delivering facts, we not just step on social media and talk something where we can't prove, like the first clip that I played, where he has no source to prove his argument, right? And even Bruce Golden will tell him, stop from calling me name and tell him lie on me. When I say something out of my mouth, I am going to deliver the source, right? I am going to show you evidence because we are natural investigators. And this is what we do. When we are investigating, we talk about history. We talk about pattern of behavior. Now, since I settled the economic, to show that Andrew don't need to brag about any form of economic improvement because we know where you got it from. And we thank you in extension of those policies, right? And so then you need to speak the truth as it relates to that, okay, I am following the policies of the People's National Party, right? So then for persons on YouTube on who might see this, then please prove otherwise from what I just proved, right? That's my proof, all right? Coming from JIS, Jamaica Information Service, right? We don't get it from Erisset. We don't get it from people who just attack from social media. We get it from the source. The source. Okay. So we crush that economic talk and those economic gains that Andrew Holness tried to flip and flop because we know that he's a political canardist. We know that at one point he used to live into a 1-bedroom house, right? And we know at another point 2-bedroom house, and the list goes on and goes on and goes on. Now, people, so that's for the economic that I settled. let us deal with the heart of corruption. You see, on the thumbnail, we talk about the corruption class of 2016. So this is where now we are going to get into the detail of investigation and what it requires in terms of seriousness. And we are going to get back to the DPP. Last week, I spoke of quid pro quo. Simply means we wonder, why would the Prime Minister so adamant to have this DPP extend on his time? Why the Prime Minister is so adamant to have the DPP extend on her time? But little that we establish that, like the thief in the night, while we were celebrating independence, a little information pushed out in the media. And so then we would be distracted of that information because we are celebrating independence. It's how clever this government is. So we were focused on gala while that information take time sleeps out. What information that I am talking about? The information that I am talking about, because we're going to get into deep investigation tonight and show why Paula Llewellyn time must not be extended. The information that creeps in between our festive week is Cross-Kerry blocked from using 480 million villa to settle debt while an investigation is going on in SSL. People, we are going to dig into it tonight. We have shown evidence last week that when it comes to ordinary people, Paula prosecutorial rate seems to be in the mid-60s. But when it comes to our profile case, Paula Llewellyn prosecutorial rate is merely 5%. Why that is? Why that is? You have seen elites like Patrick Bailey, where a number 3 had committed in this man's house. Patrick Bailey then was the lawyer for Andrew Holness. We are getting there, people, but I'm just building the background for you. Building the background. And so then, when you look on the crime scene, the key indicator was that there was no breaking in to that apartment. There was no breaking in that apartment. Paula Llewellyn looks left. Paula Llewellyn looks left. Patrick Bailey was Andrew Holness' lawyer. Andrew Holness is adamant that the DPP needs an extension. In the midst of that, Cross-Kerry making his discreet move. Yes, to sell one of his properties. And let me use careful words now. and that this property that he wants to sell, the probability exists that if investigation pursue, it could be one of the properties that investors' money in SSL purchase. Building the background, we are going to get in there tonight. We are going to get in there tonight. But I caught Mr. Crosscarry on what we call MO, modus operandi. History of behavior, the consistent pattern of behavior that we look on him. And let me show this piece out there that the primary person in SSL said he was coached by Crosscarry. So without any further ado, I am going to get into straight up. Paula Llewellyn refuses to leave because she's definitely afraid that what she has been covering up. Woo. What is that word? Exposed? My God. Will be exposed by any success. Straight up, hitting the nail on the head. Now, I tell you that the next person I'm going to listen to dealing with this situation, because we are getting there tonight, is Damian Crawford. What a brilliant mind Damian Crawford is. A man who likes to go in depth, break down the details. His analytic skills beyond ordinary. Without any further ado, we are going to listen to Damian Crawford. What happened at Bailey House is a disgrace. Ranks, it's more than a disgrace. But it is worse of a disgrace as it relates to the criminal justice failure to investigate. That is where it's terrible. Maureen Fitzbailey put Patrick on bed rest instead of investigating him. And that's no joke. People will think that Maureen is just saying that. That's actually happened what Maureen just said, you know. So this is no joke. And this is how serious the corruption is. This government, right, is toxic. It's toxic to the core. Let us put out the politics out of this. And I know that some people love their party, right? But it comes to a point where you have to call a spade a spade. And it comes to a point where you have to choose the country over your party. So when you hear me speaking and defending Mark Golding, I am defending Mark Golding on principle. Democratic socialism. And it relates to his level of integrity. Don't believe that I am diarted. I'm a diarted PNP.
Jamaican.
I am a Jamaican. And so then let me say this. So we are vying for Mark Golding to be our leader based on integrity and background of his success. He had been successful in the private life. And so then, based on history, we rest that on history that he will do well in public life. Mark Golding is one of the many politicians, right? Which his name is on many legislations. And so his ability to draft these bills and his ability to stay with that and put them into law. So this man has the character to move us forward. And don't believe that persons in People's National Party who have any intention to be corrupt. That when Mark Golden is ruling, because I have no doubt it, PNP gone with this. No doubt. So who don't like it? Well, you know, PNP gone with this. And so then if members of parliament believe that they can depend on the politics of yesteryear, that they are coming into the politics to make a money, put that out of your mind. You all need to put that out of your mind because social media now exists. And where we see the corruption, whether JLP, PNP, or whatever P out there, you are going to face the fire from social media. Because we here on social media, right, have the credentials to dig into, go in depth, and deliver the information what our Jamaican people need, because we are defending our Jamaican people. That's what we are defending. We are not defending party. We are not defending party. And so then, it is my reason to keep the focus as it relates to the corruption, as it relates to this government. So far, let me say this, in the history of our Jamaican politics, Andrew Holness-led government is the worst where it comes to checks and balance and transparency.
No accountability.
No accountability. You have likes like Warmington say and do anything. Now, PSOJ, let me give you a warning, PSOJ, because you're a few among the voting black. So don't believe that PSOJ has any power to elect or extend Andrew Holness' time. You don't. You don't, PSOJ. And investigation will proceed when Mark Golden gets in there. Auditing will be done. If I have to come down to Jamaica and help in some of that audit, I will be there. Mark my word. So then, without any further ado, because we are happy to know that this government is going to change. So as long as they stay, it is going to be the worst that they will be falling in the pool. So call it, Andrew, call it. Now, let me show you as it relates to Damien Croft. Okay, freedom. I noticed Mark G files many lawsuits against the government on behalf of Jamaica people. I wonder if that's why the POCJ don't seem to like him. Now, Mark, Freedom, let me say this to you, Freedom. You see, when you have a sugar daddy, they sweeten your mouth. A sugar daddy where they give you the beach land. A sugar daddy where they give you the kickback. And a sugar daddy where they give you all of that. You will do anything for your sugar daddy. So no matter what your sugar daddy do, your sugar daddy can't run for you. Because sugar daddy, they sweeten your mouth. So we understand. As it relates to some voice in the PSOJ, not all, because you still have reputable person and decent person in the PSOJ. Let me say that. But we see few who came out verbatim and tried, right, as if, okay, the world should listen to them and what they're saying, right? It's facts, right? as they lend what we call alternative facts. But we know why they are like that, right? And we know also why Mouthpiece Radio is firing, because we know that Mouthpiece Radio, of course, for his fair share of the Jamaican revenues, right? And need to be updated with his tax. So we know all of that. So please, people, don't bash Mouthpiece Radio too hard, because you might try to work if you look at it. All right. Now, let me show you, because we are going to dig into the investigation as it relates to what this government had done with the Constitution. And I'm going to explain it to people, break it down so that people can understand. So without any further ado, let me play Damian Crawford articulating as it relates to good governance.
Again, happy Friday, everyone. Let me just bring this up.
Concept of minimum wage was raised. I mean, the setting of the minimum, the first setting of the minimum wage was done, I think it's 74, Michael Manley and the People's National Party. Now, Mr. President, we need to be careful how we allow for people to be used as props, especially within the parliament. We need to resist the belief that the Prime Minister seemed to have, that resources of the nation can be used as he so pleases as gifts to individuals without policies. I give, for example, peanut dread. Radam, I know somebody went to the Prime Minister in his effort to be cool. I know you don't know peanut dread. He's not that cool. And maybe he didn't know that peanut dread said that he had an injury through an accident that he could not afford to get fixed at the hospital. I said to myself, how Peanut Dread can't afford healthcare when healthcare is free? So maybe Peanut Dread knows that it is a lie being sold, that healthcare is free, because you almost have to pay for every single thing when you actually get there. So the policy that, oh, we have free healthcare, when there is no healthcare, that should have been fixed when Peanut Dread came here, because that are the things. There are others like him who might not make the Prime Minister popular, but who are in same circumstance. So the People's National Party wants to tell Peanut Dread and others like him that we have proposed from our last manifesto that there should be a national health insurance. And when I spoke to the current leader, the man said, go and go shoot it, man, because we still believe in the national health insurance. We got from a large insurance company a costing, a calculation of what that will cost. And they stated some of the benefits of this national health insurance. And one of what it costs, I mean, you like this 1 year, Senator Grant. Office. Grant, maybe. Don't disturb me when you see me now, Flo. Just accept anything but office visits. At least it's only the names losing him, but follow the concepts. Office visits. You can go on 4 office visits for just a co-pay of $800, right? You have 10 visits per disability. You have things like 10 visits per disability, gynecologist visits. You have 80% of your medicine. All of that was for approximately $18 billion in their calculation. You even have dental in it. What is taking this government so long to have a proposal for discussion? Yes. For us to say that we can do this for our people? The best thing for out of the $1 trillion, because I don't want you to say we are now moving towards fiscal indiscipline. I talk about within the $395 billion that you had. We would have taken $18 billion out of it. Indeed, the People's National Party, as proved here, had it in our manifesto. The young lady that was carried as well and being paraded, I think the Bible says that when you give with your left, your right hand shouldn't know, or when you give with your right, your left hand shouldn't know. But the Prime Minister now have this young lady making advertisements when she was a victim of the Prime Minister's decision. The Prime Minister decided to act as he acted.
On a point of order, Mr. President. That is misleading the Senate. She was a victim of fraud by a gang selling land illegally attached to the Klansman gang. She was not a victim of the Prime Minister. That must be withdrawn. It is not appropriate.
With respect, the Prime Minister came to this Parliament and said he had given instructions
to tear down an illegally built structure on stolen land by a gang that was attached to your side.
He was the one.
He was not an abuser, and you cannot do that. The statement must be withdrawn, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
the statement must be withdrawn.
He said no.
The statement must be withdrawn. The statement must be withdrawn. The statement must be withdrawn. You can't tell me anything. The statement is inaccurate and it is a lie. And it must be pulled back, Mr. President.
What's your ruling, sir?
The minister, I'm sorry. The minister, Samuda, pointed out that the Prime Minister did not give any instructions as suggested by...
To demolish her house?
To demolish her house.
To demolish her house?
Let me finish now. I don't think that, I think that Senator Crawford's proposition is such that any right-thinking person listening to it would not in any way be misled. Good. So he can continue.
Thank you.
You know what, Mr. President? You know what, Senator Lambert?
That's fair.
Nobody gonna stop my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no. I got to keep. No, all I'm saying is that the house that was demolished was based on decisions made. All the realities that should have been considered remain the same. So nothing has changed in the decisions that were in her circumstance. At that time, she was a victim of fraud. At that time, what all the other things that are still the same wasn't considered in a alternative thing than licking down her house. So therefore, I don't understand. That is why they call him the demolition man. Now, let's go to some of the things that we don't necessarily agree with. And I'm coming to completion. Heart trust. The separation of Heart from the Minister of Education is indeed baffling. And now Heart is in the Prime Minister's office, and there has been constant failings, including what some of the unrest that we're seeing in the media today. But I indeed am a true supporter of Heart. The photo you're seeing here is 28th of November 2009. As president of the PMPYO, we awarded Mr. Siaga an award for his input and his concept of, that's me as a younger Rasta of Heart. But more so, if you look at some of these photos, that is me going to Heart. As a member of Parliament, I attended Heart. And I know, yeah, you visited that site. And I have a certification in steel bending. I can make stirrup, I can make mutton, I can make all these things. Yeah. No, I was taking the young men of East Rural. So therefore, I went to encourage them to go. You have to work. No, I'm telling you, I can go to Canada anytime. So I am encouraging the young people to take up Heart because they were excellent teachers. Excellent teachers. And they came to the community and were willing to do projects in the community while they were training. So I must say. However, grand announcements re Heart tuition and admin fees being removed is fool's gold. Fool's Gold, everybody's excited about it, but so is everybody excited about Fool's Gold. Hanover is an example. The Prime Minister announced that up to level 4, tuition fees and admin fees will be removed. That's great. Let's see now. We need to go no further than pronouncements made in today's Observer. What does the pronouncement say in today's Observer? Managing Director of Heart Trust NSTA, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton, in the article titled Heart Ready to Grow, Ingleton told the Jamaica Observer that based on the announcements, the entity will be expecting a loss of $58.7 million. So $58.7 million reduction in institutional income. She went further to state that the target pre-announcement was 117,000 enrollments. Quick calculation shows that $58 million in losses is $502 per person. $502 per person. The Prime Minister came with $1 trillion budget. Made a big song and dance when the vast majority of people were paying nothing in the first place. There were only admin fees for level 2 and 3. And if you pay one time, you don't pay again. And then at level 4, only some courses had a fee of 20,000, maximum 60,000. The ones that have the largest fee, level 5, is not up to level 4. But it is celebrated because we all want something to happen for these young people. What value is this grand announcement? 58 million in $1 trillion budget? Yes. Because what it's doing now is set us up to castigate the youths that them worthless when nothing has changed for them. Nothing has changed. Now there is a waiting list currently. Let us look at one of them that train for the major industry that we have. That is hotel and tourism, Runaway Bay. They have a waiting list of approximately 2,000 people currently. Before the excitement and the this and the that, they have a waiting list. No, with all the new hotels that we build, there should be a second heart like Runaway Bay to expand that training. There's second. Let me give you my plan for heart as a art man, as a art graduate. I don't think the Prime Minister can say he's a art graduate. You have approximately 170 high schools in Jamaica, secondary schools, approximately 170. I said that we should do 50 per year. We give them $100 million to build out their TVET program, because you know that the heart of $15 billion each year. It gets 15 billion coming to it each year. So you just said that. So we are in agreement. So therefore, instead of 58 million, let us really change this country by putting within the secondary schools 5 billion a year. In 4 years, every secondary school will gone. And they will then build out their TVET infrastructure. They call it their TVET laboratory. Because technical subjects need some form of these skills. Let us build out their TVET laboratories. Now, these schools will then open at 5 p.m. to accept adults for evening school. Again, there's a good model that exists with the St. Andrew Technical High School that have their full adult evening school after 5, like 5 to 9. Now, what that will also do is to increase accessibility, because if the Prime Minister thinks that $3,000 was a deterrent for 1 year, you imagine that a person have to find a way to get there. And congratulations to Heart give you lunch. So therefore, we're saying, let us take the next 4 years and build out the TVET infrastructure within the secondary schools. Because you know what, Senator Mayor? The infrastructure of schools is one of the most inefficient infrastructure investments in this country. The infrastructure of school is used basically from 8 to 4, 8 months, Monday to Friday. And all of that investment then lay until either a political meeting I keep or somebody want to use it. It's an underutilized infrastructure. So if we should now extend the utility of the infrastructure by putting in the TVET laboratories, Imagine how accessible 200 new entities. That is what announcement is, not $502. Additionally, we should take the 11 billions being bamboozled from the NHT over the next 4 years to build dormitories in these schools that will allow our students from wherever to attend one of the schools with the TVET specialization that they're interested in. Because you can't put every TVET in every school. So you have to really know, make this one, these 10 is that, and these 10 is that, and these 10 is that. So a person of this interest now, he then now goes and become a resident. I asked a contractor to tell me how much $200 million can do. He says, basically, a dormitory, $1 million per student is reasonable, a reasonable expectation. So if you put 200 million in our school, you can put a dormitory for 200 children. Now you imagine how we can change this country when we can separate some of our at-risk youths from the influence of these communities and put them. We had that plan in the 70s when they used to go up to some of these areas and stay. That is how we change nations. That's how we change nations. So therefore, I am not in celebratory mode because we are removing $58 million out of a $1 trillion budget, averaging $502 per person. That is in itself ridiculous. And I think I will have support from the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister said, and I'm not being unkind to the Prime Minister, I'm just using his words. I go on, I'll see my something cheap out there too. Yeah, sabotage. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, for heart, my heart plan. Yes. Oh, before I go to the Prime Minister, I'm going to go to Minister Clark after that. I'm suggesting you go to Minister Clark and ask him for 30 billion to facilitate monthly stipends of 25,000 to every youth in heart that maintains attendance records and a grade point average. Not new money, not fiscal indiscipline, but from the 395 billion. If you think that's too much, allow me to quote from the Heart Trust NSTA 2022-2026 strategic plan. The strategic plan, it says, a ranking of 135th, was attained for organized crime and 148th for homicide rates per 100,000 people population. Violence has resulted in a chaotic existence for many families and businesses and has stifled economic and social development. Data from the Inter-American Bank 2014 indicates that crime costs Jamaica approximately 3.99% of GDP. A coordinated multidimensional approach is needed to tackle the scourge of crime and violence in Jamaica. And Hart's role in developing the labor force through globally competitive training and employment of the crime strategy. So if we can induce participation, and a person who have to go hustle, how am I going to go hard? A person who have a look at youth and have to send something, how am I going to go hard? So therefore, I believe that if we could give them a 25,000 per month, it will take that thing. But the Prime Minister should agree. Mr. President, there's absolutely no reason, no excuse for the government with the circumstances we currently face to still be taking 11 billion per year from NHT. Senator Bunting, I want your local attention for this one. I see that say, in X time, Minister Davis said no new taxes, but he wasn't taking $11 billion from NHT. What we have now is a continuation of taking $11 billion from the NHT to buttress the budget. So when we jump and say no new taxes, we should remind the people that the benefits that they could get from NHT is not being possible to the equal extent, because over the period of the Jamaica Labour Party, they must have gone 80 billion by now.
Government of trickery.
You say we started. Yeah, man, but he once again he opens the door. When we started it, The Prime Minister, when we started it, he threatened to go to court, claiming it was unconstitutional. But then in 2017, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "It should be clear to the entire Jamaica that is not the intention of government to use up the NHT money to do things other than build housing." This is 2017.
Hypocrite.
I quote,
Hypocrite.
to do anything other than houses. He then says, "I don't mind if you win a political battle that well, he broke his promise, or well, he can't be just, or whatever. You want to win in a political battle, that's fine, go ahead, win it." This is the person that said his philosophy is that NHT money should not be spent other than for houses. And now we continue even without the need to take and take and take and take under the claim that we can say no new taxes. Then if the NHT money doesn't remain in NHT money, that portion is now a tax. That is a tax. It was a trust first. That is why the trust used to set up on the benefit, and now it just got to the consolidated fund. We have to be careful what we do. Yeah, he did say that. Now, if you look throughout the promises that they assume that they have proposed, the thread is the same. After exorbitant increase in traffic fines targeted affecting mainly the transport operators, they're going to propose a benefit of approximately $4,000 a year, and they assume that did it. That didn't did it, and that didn't do it. In the charge of a tint is $500,000. Additionally, they would like
that's not so. I don't think it's $500,000 for. I saw that, but I checked it and I don't think it's right.
All right, I'll accept I doesn't have all the numbers.
No, I'm not sure. The fee.
I know you're not sure, sir.
That thin thing that come out in the social media and say it was 500, and then
so you have corrected,
no,
and I will accept.
I'm just saying that you need to check.
No, that you challenge it, I will check.
No, not challenge it. I just.
But I'm going to confirm to you that the point remains the same. That the exorbitant increases in fees will not did it for the taximan when it is wiped away. He didn't did it. They would like the youths that they seek favor and connection with the yang culture by claiming they're giving away helmets without reminding them that it's illegal still to buy a bike without helmets. Now that I'm sure of, because I pointed that out. That how can it be illegal to buy a bike without at the same time buy a helmet? So if the Prime Minister give youth A helmet and he goes to buy a second bike, youth A haven't benefited from the Prime Minister's helmet. He now have to go buy a new bike. So I expect you come to change this now with this new proposal that you're going to be giving helmets away. We will pay dearly, I put it to you, for the way we negotiated with our teachers. Mr. President, in 2020-2021, resignation 723 teachers. In 2021-2022, resignation 1,310 teachers, almost double. The impact isn't reflected in the numbers because one teacher is responsible in the secondary entities for up to 160 children. A teacher teaching 4 classes, which is the norm, 2 10th grade, 2 11th grade, is going to have in each class 40 students. So every time you have a teacher missing, that is going to be 160 students. What do we have now? We have today's date, about 2 months from CXC, that schools are still in the Sunday paper, advertising 6 spaces and 7 spaces. And what we have done is to make Jamaica uncompetitive for the services of our teachers, and also that we have increased the intent in the way that the negotiations were handled for our teachers to migrate. This have been captured. Mr. President, this is a poll budget. that was aimed to take advantage of the lack of information, a poll budget in the public. But if you think that did it, you made a sad mistake. I asked the taxi men, and they respond 4 grand after taking 400 grand. No, it didn't did it. I asked the youth who have given up on the prosperity plan, do you think it did it? They say, no, it didn't did it. I asked the grand announcements, did it? If they said making what's already free, it didn't do it for me. I asked the teachers, did it? They told me to ask their travel agents because it didn't did it. I asked the children getting 1 lunch per week, did it? They say, no, it didn't did it. I asked the entertainment practitioners who can't get a permit due to daily states of emergency, did it? No, it didn't did it. I asked the single mothers. And Mr. President, I asked the posters. And the unfortunate answers will be, no, Mr. H, no, Mr. C. This budget did not did it for me. Respect and thank you, Mr. President.
The informative information presented in this video is motivational and is positively aimed at inspiring, educating.
Okay. So that was Damon Crawford, so inspirative, right? Get into the details, right? For us and make it quite obvious. We so thankful for Damon Crawford to highlight that. Now we're going to get into some level of investigation here as it relates to, of course, the DPP extension and what Andrew Holness had done. We had spoken earlier as it relates to the reason why Andrew Holness, what are the reasons why Andrew Holness wanted the DPP to be extended. Now, so let me break it down as it relates to the extension and the amendment, and let people understand how crafty Andrew Holness is. Extremely crafty. Now, the Constitution, and this is it, whenever you start to see a government start to push it against the Constitution that he had sworn to protect, most of these persons end up to become dictators. In the early time of 1940, Hitler had done the same thing. Pushes against the Constitution. So let us judge from Hitler. We have seen that Donald Trump in the United States pushes against the Constitution that they had sworn to protect. What we see in the Caribbean, Jamaica, 18 degrees now, and fixed position, global positioning, is that Andrew Holness pushing against constitutional norms. So let me explain to the people what Andrew Holness did as it relates to this DPP. Go above and beyond in even amending the Constitution to have this DPP. So let me explain it. You're said to hide them dirty lie, but more than that, extension from protection, good terror, and corruption. So let us dig into that. So let us talk about the extension and the Constitution. The Constitution allowed for the DPP to have an extension. However, the Prime Minister has to, in consultation with the leader of the opposition. Now, upon this extension, where the DPP time had extended, Andrew Holness did not consult Mark Golding. Did not. A breach of constitutional norms. Right then and there, a breach of constitutional norms. The Constitution specifically states that the DPP can get an extension with the consultation of the leader of the opposition. Why the Constitution stated that? For the well-articulate and the well-thinking mind and all my learned friends, they would have considered that to avoid politics into the process of whether to extend the DPP time, then both parties have to come in an agreement to avoid any form of political interference or political malignment.
Yes, yes.
So then that is one of the reasons why the Constitution states clearly that the Prime Minister should be in consultation. Now, what's this term? So then the DPP, who would be 63 years, I think in September, don't quote me on the month, that extension will be up. The Prime Minister knows very well that the Constitution doesn't allow another extension. So what the Prime Minister done? What the Prime Minister done? On the thumbnail, I have the 49ers 2016 corruption class. There's a reason why I have the 49ers on the thumbnail. So I'm going to justify it for you. The Prime Minister knows that, okay, I cannot give the DPP another extension because the Constitution doesn't allow it. The Prime Minister used his 49 members of Parliament to vote on it and amend the Pension Act. The Pension Act, as it relates to age, the age limit, now extended the age of the DPP to 65, automatically giving the DPP an extension as a result of using the 49 members of Parliament to do that. Now, the People's National Party cannot oppose it because they don't have the numbers. Simply. So that I am showing you the dictatorship of Andrew Holness and where this is going. Now, I am not a lawyer, and I am curious to ask this question. Can Andrew Holness, again, as he had shown us, using the 49 members of Parliament to amend the Constitution to appease anything what Andrew Holness want to do. Dangerous premise. Extremely dangerous. We are not asking if this was done. We know that this was done. Extremely dangerous. Andrew Holness pushing against constitution norms as Hitler, Adolf Hitler, had done. As if Donald Trump had done. The only difference is that the system in the United States hold him responsible. The difference is 49 members of parliament is in bed with Andrew Holness, and they will vote on any decision that he wants. This makes it dangerous for us. But why? What is the reason why? Andrew Holness want the DPP to extend. Not to be my subjective opinion. No facts. I don't have the facts. Quid pro quo. Is it? I do this for you and you do this for me. Why is it that if you are going to extend someone's time, it doesn't merit on the person's performance? We Jamaicans in the diaspora and locally speaking know very well that the citizen of Jamaica is not getting the service from the DPP as it relates to where justice being served in a balanced way. The statistics is clear that the DPP have high prosecutorial rate when it comes to ordinary poor people, some of those who can't afford lawyer, as opposed to the rich elites, powerful, and politicians. That there is a gross, let us say, disparity in the delivering of justice. It's clear. But then, why not give an extension on the merit of performance? Is it the Prime Minister is saying that there is no other person in the DPP's office who is capable of the ability, the capacity, and who is qualified to do the DPP job? We know that is not true because we have other persons there who had led other cases as it relates to high-profile cases and have conviction. So we know that other persons there have the potential and the ability, the capacity, and even more potent than this DPP. So the question still begs, what? Let us look. Patrick Bay case still pending. The DPP could have gotten involved, but choose not to. Last week, I presented 2 cases that was pushed, that was pointed out to the DPP. The DPP looked left. Now, what appears to be JLP crime of the century, what appears to be JLP crime of the century is SSL. Why every time, every week, Mystic Sensation is beating SSL? People wake up. SSL is the art of the corruption, the art of the corruption. Because if you penetrate SSL case and true investigation has to pursue, you'd have to ask, who are some of the persons may have an account in SSL? Let me throw it out there. I have no facts, but I'm saying I'm asking question. Is Juliet Holness has an account in SSL? Just asking people. Just asking. Likewise, Andrew Holness have an account in SSL. Just asking. Is Patrick Bailey has an account in SSL? Just asking. Is that a member of parliament have an account in SSL? Just asking question, people. Let me give you the reason why I'm asking. And that my reason for asking based on substantial suspicions. Let me put it that way. Suspicion number one, the FSC, the Financial Service Commission of Jamaica, knew very well that SSL was a Ponzi scheme. Evidence to prove they have audited SSL 2016 and prior to that, and established that SSL operation was misappropriation of investors' funds. FSC know this. They know it. And in spite of FSC know it, FSC allowed SSL to continue. Question, why did FSC not close down SSL early enough to save other people capital injection there? They didn't. But the information that we have, but before we are going to go in some interesting things and show you. Now, let us go into cross-carry block from using 480 million villa to settle debt. Just imagine. Imagine this, people. Let me give you the scenario here. Cross-carry. Who is the CEO of SSL? Would have known that FSC flagged them for misappropriation of client funds. You being the CEO would have communicated via email, meetings, or whatever mediums to fix that problem. So you, cross-carry, would have known. I am telling you that you would have known. I am an auditor myself. I work in institutions where something like that happens. Corporate is going to send down that information. So, cross-carry, when you are telling people that you did not know, you are a liar. You are a liar. You would have known. Now, to the fact that you would have known, then let me ask a question, cross-carry. What did you do as it relates to your internal audit system? Your internal audit system could never, ever miss Gene and Panther. Can't. I, myself, as an auditor, could not miss me. So when you are telling the public that you didn't know, you're blatantly lying. That would be an information that, of course, you'd have been privy to. And if the intent to fix it, you would have fixed it to save your company. But it wasn't to save the company. The mission was to draw the carpet from underneath the investors' feet. So that was the objective and the mission being delivered. Now, let me get a little bit deeper. So I am going to show you that in an active investigation like this, where SSL being the point of an investigation, you Crosby, that affiliated with villas, and we don't know how much of them you have. You want to know, liquidate that asset and give to so-called George Shai. But I found George Shai. I found him. And people are going to surprise, who is George Shai? I found him. I found him. So this is a plot between you and George Shai? Yeah, I found George Shai. So then, I am going to reveal George Shai tonight. So then, Mr. Crosby, so the Supreme Court blocked you from doing that. The question that I'm asking you for the how many villas that you have owned, Crosby, this is what I want you to answer if you are watching me. Where did you get the money from to first purchase those villas? Where did you get the money from? DPP, Paula Llewellyn, are you not going to at least instruct Bailey to ask Crosby these questions as it relates to his assets? Where did he get the money from to purchase these assets? None of that. Paula Llewellyn, you're on leave. While this information is coming out, Paula Llewellyn, you're not going to instruct to have this matter investigated. It doesn't seem like no one is investigating, neither the local police, no FBI, no crowd. And so then it's just go and squeeze into a court and just squash. What is going on? So let us think, people. Jamaica Gleaner, Crosby block from using.
Okay, again, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for still
Thank
being
you.
here. You're welcome. There.
Okay, Crosby block from using 480 villas to settle debt. The Supreme Court has blocked founder of the Fraud, Its Tax and Security Limited SSLU Crosby from using a 480 million villa in St. Anne to settle a debt with George Shai. People, I want you to mark this name. George Shai, a retired bakery owner. He's not only a retired bakery owner, let me say that. We're going to show you who George Shai is. Any transfer of the property will have to wait until the trial of a claim brought by family-owned Coral Cove Management Limited, according to a July ruling by Justice Stephanie Jackson Aisley. The court not only halted the transfer, but has blocked the defendants from entering or interfering with the property and the registrar of titles from registering any interest in the property. Crosby used the villa at Discovery Bay and his house in Narbrook, St. Andrew, to secure a $1 million loan from Shai in 2014. People listen to this, what Crosby is saying here. Crosby used the villa at Discovery Bay and his house in Narbrook, St. Andrew to secure a $1 million loan from Chai in 2014. The conspiracy start. But he ran into repayment problems and was hoping to pay off the debt with the luxury villa. Now, CCML, through its directors and siblings, Heidi Clark and Bruce Lopez, is claiming that Krasky breached a 1998 agreement giving it a right of first refusal if the property is to be sold or transferred. Is typically found in contracts that give the holder the right to enter into a business transaction with a person or company before anyone else can. Okay, let us take away that, because I want to show the people who is George Croy. Now, people, watch this. We are getting there. Krasky house casualty of death. Okay, people. I am going to share the other article, and listen to this. We're going to see who George Shaw is. Krasky house casualty of death not linked to SSL. You hear the top? Do you see the headline? Not linked to SSL. Now you see a conspiracy set in place. Now listen to this. Retired bakery owner George Shaw is dismissing reports that he has obtained a court order to seize houses belonging to Hugh Krasky, founder of Fraud, Its Tax and Security SSL, in a debt matter. Shaw, people, is a shareholder of SSL. People see that? Shaw is a shareholder of SSL, and Krasky is also a shareholder of SSL and a CEO, a private investment firm reeling from an alleged $3 billion fraud. His attorney, David Wong-Keng, says there was an issue over debt, but that was resolved in September last year. People, Shaw is saying that debt has been resolved. George negotiated with Mr. Hugh Krasky to settle some private debts and obligations, including the settlement of a mortgage over one of the same house that Mr. Krasky agreed to transfer to George in settlement of those debts. He said on Monday. He added it had nothing to do with the account at SSL or anything else. A conspirator. Take away that paper. Okay. So, people, let me try to explain what is happening. What seems to be happening here, right, is obviously an interference with an active investigation. None of the assets that Krasky hold, if this was the United States or a first world country, none of the assets that Krasky own could be used for any sales or anything until investigation completed and until those assets cleared that they have nothing to do with SSL. You know what this looks like, people? Let me say this. I want to bring you a document as it relates to Paul Cheng-Yong and Krasky. So what Krasky and George Shaw is doing is the same thing that Paul Cheng-Yong and Krasky had done. Let me repeat that. What Krasky is now doing, right, trying to transfer those assets, liquidate them and transfer them to George Shaw, because George Shaw also into SSL, and him, Krasky, in a SSL, he's the CEO. So technically, it appears that what he had done, him and Paul Cheng-Yong, some time ago is going back to the playbook. People, let me show you the playbook with Paul Cheng Young and Crosby trying to do the same thing right now what Crosby and George Chai trying to do. So let me show you that information. Crosby, who's called casualty of death.
I just did that, isn't it? This one. Just court of corporation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So people, this man think he's smart. This man think he's smart. People listen up. This is with him and Paul Cheng Young. May 23, 2007, this was published. Crosby assures court of corporation on Cheng Young properties. The Supreme Court has lifted the injunction against Hugh Crosby in his capacity as trustee of Phoenix Noteholders Trust. The stockbroker has announced in a public statement. Justice Marjorie Goldsmith had initially placed an injunction on Crosby to May 10 and had given him 14 days to declare the locations. People, listen, people. Justice Marjorie Goldsmith had initially placed an injunction on Crosby to May 10th and had given him 14 days to declare the locations of all the assets held by him on behalf of Phoenix, whether in his own name or nominees. People, you hear that? Crosby says he has given his undertaking to the court not to dispose of any assets held by the trust without notice or consent. People, let us go. The assets were frozen in mid-April on the application of Jamaica Solicitor General Michael Hilton QC at the time, who had traced ownership of the properties held by Phoenix to who? Paul Cheng Young. So you told them to switch around the properties, use the people their money, buy the properties and switch them around all over the place. Former head of Collapse Eagle Group of Companies. People, the Miami court has since lifted the freeze on Cheng Young, which means he's free to transact business with them in that jurisdiction. Watch this down, people. Crosby said of his role in the trust that he acted purely in a representative capacity as trustee for a small group of investors who put up the funds to purchase the houses. As trustee, he ensured that their investments were protected. Yeah, in your pocket. The statement said, bar. Courts in Jamaica and Florida had barred Cheng Young and Crosby. People, listen. Listen, people. Courts in Jamaica and Florida had barred Cheng Young and Crosby for disposing of the assets on the application of Eagle Merchant Bank and Crown Eagle Life, two of Cheng Young farmers' companies commandeered by the Jamaican government at the advent of the financial sector meltdown. You know, people. Crosby has again asserted that the freezing order was not related to his securities brokerage stocks and Security Limited. People, listen now. Stock and Security Limited, formerly Paul Cheng Young and Associates, of which he is a chairman. So SSL also belongs to Paul Cheng Young and Associates. So Crosby just changed the name. Just change the name from Paul Cheng and Associates to Stocks and Security Limited because he doesn't want the name to carry the history of Paul Cheng Young. So I want to follow me, people. Hilton presented evidence. Here now, people. Hilton presented evidence to the Kingston and Miami courts showing that Cheng Young, despite a court order on May 4, 2006, to declare his assets and not to deal with or dispose of any properties as what Crosby wants to do now without approval, had transferred 19 properties to who? Crosby. So this playbook what him and George do is 2.0 as it relates to Paul Chen Young. So I'm going to read over that, make people understand it. Hilton presented evidence to the Kingston and Miami court showing that Chen Young, despite a court order on May 4, 2006, to declare his assets and not to deal with or dispose of any properties without approval, had transferred, this is what he had done, transferred 19 properties to Crosby on May 12th. So Crosby tried to do it now in transferring property. You understand? To George Shy, just days after the judgment against him to pay over 900 million plus interest. 3 other properties were transferred to Crosby. People listen, 3 other properties were transferred to Crosby on May 24th and June 15th of that same year. Take this away. Take that away. So then, I one question I asked him. Because we are here on social media. We know that you weren't anticipating to see us on social media, but we are here. So let me ask you, Mr. George Shaw, a question. Because you were a simple baker. And here is this man want to transfer $480 million to you. Property. So Mr. George Shaw, and this is what, when we talk about the DPP not to be extended. Right? And the police who are in charge of this investigation, Mr. Fitzbailey. Let me ask you a question, Ms. Fitzbailey. Now, like how you learn that Crosby wanted to do this as it relates to George Shaw. You don't see fit to ask George Shaw or investigate George Shaw where he got his money from to lend Crosby as according to Crosby and as according to George Shaw that he loaned Crosby some money to help him sort out the problem with SSL. So then when you hear this information, Fitzbailey and DPP, none of you don't seem to track George Shaw as it relates to how he comes by that money, by that float. No, none of you, right, is that investigating as it relates to how many properties Crosby owned in Jamaica and other places. Where is it? Come on. So, Jamaican people, I am going to ask the 63% of persons who did not vote to look into this matter. And you are going to tell me that you voted for a government. You voted for a government. A situation like this. That this government is saying he owed us no explanation. This is sad on the face of it. That he is making all the move to keep this DPP. And Jamaican people, we don't see nothing wrong with that. And some people who talking about politics. Are you serious that you really don't see anything wrong with that? That so many Jamaicans being ripped off? It is not the first time Crosby name is ringing up in something like this. So what do you think? It is coincident, people. It is coincident for George, for Crosby to mix up with Paul Chen Young during that time in 1995, right? And it is coincident that him change Paul Cheng Young and associate company and call it SSL, Stat Security Limited. And then you have this come happen. Is it coincident? And oh my God, I know nothing, Mr. Croskery and his family. I know nothing. I know nothing. So the investigators are not investigating to look at their internal audit system. Nothing. Jamaican people can't hear nothing. And then all of a sudden, it seems like application is now making by the government to close the SSL case. Are you kidding me? People, are you kidding me? So you are ready. And let me ask DPP. DPP, do you agree with something like this? That before a case being investigated, it is going to be closed? Application to close it without an investigation? No, I want people to understand where I am coming from. It has nothing to do with politics, people. Nothing to do with politics. But the heights of corruption. The corruption class of 2016. You are going to tell me that in 2011, the Prime Minister used 3 installments, to pay for a land at Beverly Hills. Because if he had to have the money, he would have just paid one time for it. And he used 3 installments. And then 2012, Bol put in his money. And as soon as Bol put in his money missing. And then after the Prime Minister broke in 2011 and used 3 installments to pay for the land, in 2012, after Bol put in his money, the Prime Minister was able to build a house that almost valued 200 million. And where the Prime Minister claimed that he was assisted by loans. And the Prime Minister admitted that he had gotten benefit from SSL. And where Patrick Bailey also spoke that he took money from SSL to purchase the land. And me said that in the people. And Patrick Bailey said that in the people. Andrew Holness lawyer said that. So tell me now. You tell me now. Jamaican people, wake up. You tell me now. Wayne Evans, where Juliet getting so much money to put in up all these business? Hold on now, Wayne. Hold on now, Wayne. We are getting them on. We want to talk to the people. Man. We want to wake up the people in consciousness. So you tell me now. Right? That in 2011, the man used 3 installments. Board put in money. And we have evidence in terms of investigation said as soon as board put in money, board money was missing. So we know that board missing 2012. All of a sudden, people, Andrew Holness built this mansion in 2012, which he is a part of SSL. And now we said that, that come out of Andrew Holness' mouth. So then, he was able to use 3 years to finish that house. And if you search the evidence, 18 degrees north, let me tell you where to search. 18 degrees north, Andrew Holness' big house. And you will see it come up for yourself. So people in the chat, I want you to Google 18 degrees north, 18 degrees north, right? Andrew Holness' big house. And you will see the entire investigation there. You will see the entire investigation. So people in the chat, share it out. 18 degrees north. Right? Andrew Holness Big House, and you see the entire investigation there. And you're going to tell me now, right, that the Prime Minister set up ADMAT company in St. Lucia, and then using that company in St. Lucia to do all of these things, and in extension, alleviate himself from paying the tax to Jamaica. People, I don't understand what really happened. Eh? Why don't you wake up? I am waking up the consciousness, people. Right? Yeah. So for all those bowing for Andrew, and talk about Mark Golden too soft, and Mark Golden now punch. Well, so what happened there? You saw him punch at me? Okay. So then, let me say this now, people. Not only that, you know. Not only that. So while the Prime Minister finished his house between 2012 to 2016, house finished. And from information received, it was told that 17 bedroom. I don't know how truthful that is. I mean, I go there. You understand? But people who claim that they have been there, they know that it is 17 bedroom. So based on their account, right, I have no evidence of this. Let me say that. But what is in the paper where you can Google it, based on the evaluator, the evaluation done over 200 million that Andrew Holness house worth. But people, that is only a portion, a small portion of the exposure. While Andrew Holness was doing that, what Juliet was doing, let us start, people. So when I ask if Juliet is a part of SSL, you understand the reason why I'm asking that. So let me ask a question as it relates to the DPP. So the DPP, let me ask a question. Fitzbailey, who claimed that he's ace investigator. Ace investigator. Doesn't seem like he can solve a crime as it relates to where number 3 was apparent and he made a determination that it was suicidal. This is an ace investigator. I wonder to myself, what is going to become of the Donnelly case? Knowing to the fact that this ace investigator is investigating. So what I want to ask is, ace investigator, you have knowledge that Andrew Holness did have an account in SSL. You have that knowledge. Locally, people know that. The diaspora know that. Let me ask you a question. And I know, and you Google Gaga, you wouldn't dare, after you get 14 million, to shut your mouth. You wouldn't dare want to launch an investigation on the Prime Minister. You're crazy. Prime Minister, fix you up, don't. $14 million to your coffers. See no evil. Hear no evil. Speaks no evil. Nah see, can't see, and no want to see. And so that the only person that you are able to see is Ron James, who's speaking up for justice. That seems a little bit political. Seems like, should I use a term? Appears that as if you're a political miscreant. Pardon my language. But let me get back on the day's work. So let me ask the question. Fitzbailey, no investigation shooting towards Andrew Holness as it relates to his account. How much did he put in? How much did he get out? Maybe I'm anticipating, Fitzbailey, you are anticipating to get some instructions from Google Gaga. But Google Gaga will not give you an instruction like that to investigate the Prime Minister. And let me ask, is Google Gaga anticipating an instruction from the DPP? No, the DPP will not give an instruction like that because the DPP had gotten an extension. And the DPP will be getting more extension as a result of the amended Pension Act law in extending the age of the DPP, the retirement age. My goodness me. We are seeing that the fruits and vegetables and everything in mix. And everything's mixing and cooking. That the DPP extension has nothing to do with her performance. Can't buy the hands that feed you. Coming from Tara. No wonder why she's such an articulate writer. Because really and truly, quid pro quo. My. So then, Fitzbailey doesn't seem to be interested in this case. Paula Llewellyn doesn't interested. But the next avenue that I would want you to look, let us shift from Andrew and go to Gillette. So Paula Llewellyn and Fitzbailey, do you know that in 2012, when Andrew Holness was building that big house, where did Juliet Holness got her money from or being funded from? No investigation. To be constructing an apartment that is now valued $800 million. Look at that, people. So, all right. Let us go into some calculation here. So then, Andrew Holness, in his statutory declaration, I think, 2019, forgive me if I'm wrong with the year, that he said he valued $195 million. As it relates to expenses and assets between him and his wife. Andrew Holness stated to the Integrity Commission that his worth is $195 million. So let us look into it, people. Then if the evaluator evaluate this man's house, said that the house at least valued $200 million. That gone over the $195 million already. Oops! But where Mrs. Holness got his money from, we don't know. But there's no investigation, leaving us to presume. And remember, we have a right to criticize the government because the Prime Minister said to us in 2015 that if there's some hanky-panky with the government, we the citizens have a right to question it. So we are questioning now. We are questioning it now. Because the Prime Minister, I think, then want to say he respects transparency. And he respects, most of all, democracy and freedom of speech and probity from the citizenry to the government. So, Mr. Andrew Holness, I am doing exactly what you said. I'm not accusing you. As it relates to any form of heresy, I have used documents from the mainstream media to analyze. So that's what I'm doing in terms of disseminating this information to my ardent listeners. So remember that this is how we work. We speak about the issue, we show the evidence where it is from. Freedom, about Lord, but you want us to not listen to social media. Well, you see what I'm saying. But this platform, and other platforms, not only my platform, whenever we are speaking on issues, we are saying, my ardent listeners and my subscribers, this is where Mystic Sensation get it from. This is the source. So you can read it for yourself. You're not accusing anyone. I got the answers. It plus. Billion to make a billionaire. All right, we get you. And so then this is what I'm saying. Let us be fair that the fight to extend the DPP tenure is unreasonable. And the government knows that. There is no real substance, right? Or any form of, credible reason to want to extend the DPP time. Because the DPP performance is a failure. It's a failure. So if the Prime Minister is saying that the Jamaican people don't have no form of democratic rights in wanting to have someone that is working in the best interests of their welfare, like seriously. So when you think of this is a dictatorship to attach someone to the people of Jamaica that the entire country is refusing because of the person performance. We, the people, have to speak about performance and service. We can't speak about anything else. And where we are concerned as it relates to this particular DPP, the people are not getting the service. We want to see a turnaround in equilibrium. That means justice for the poor, justice for the rich. And that is what we are saying. Justice for all Jamaicans. And so then if the DPP, right, is only good to prosecute the poor and fail to prosecute the rich, well, my basic common sense tells me that is not justice. That is just not justice. But I am speaking tonight as it relates to people in Jamaica, in the diaspora. What we are searching for, what we are thirsty for is good governance. We're tired of the trickery. We're tired of not having a government that deals with transparency. We're tired of a government like a member of parliament, Warmington, who is so disrespectful, so toxic to our political system. My God. The people dying for justice. And so then, let us stop as it relates to some people who just want their party to win and don't understand that, listen, the journey of the Jamaica Labour Party is taking you to the abyss of hell. And as what Moffat is saying, we need transparency. This is what we want. Transparency. Justice for the people. The people being confused, being numbed to the culture of crime in Jamaica. A 15-year-old young lady in her dwelling home, perpetrator of evil, enter forcefully their dwelling home and have her raped. We see a minister of national security come out and just gibberish. No plan whatsoever, and collecting millions of dollars while the people suffer. A minister of national security that doesn't know his head from his foot. A sleeper. We have a figurehead. We have no plans. As it is reported that last week, just for a week alone, we've gone over 100. Number 3. And people, you don't see anything wrong with this? And in spite of people complaining, in spite of the crime getting out of hand, they prefer to lie to us to say that the homicide rate is down. They prefer to double down the lie. And the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, decided that he is not going to move him from that responsibility. He's not going to move him from that responsibility. And so then what that is, we have to take it. We have to take it or leave it. So when I look at the Jamaica Labour Party government, how were they able to survive a general election? Rank and file members of the police force is not pleased. Nurses are not pleased. Fire workers are not pleased. First responders are not pleased. The communities are not pleased. The teachers are not pleased. Policemen are leaving in droves. They are not pleased. Teachers are leaving. They are not pleased. The sufferers in the ghettos and many places prefer to take their chance to tread the Mexico journey, even though it is dangerous and people dying, but they are fleeing from the pangs of a government that is tyrannical. People are suffering, real suffering. And so then, how should someone stand knowing to the fact, seeing the evidence, and never speak to say that they are defending the Jamaica Labour Party? Then you have already booked your ticket on Titanic. And so then tonight, I am appealing to those persons who need to really have a deep look. You are the one who has to go to the supermarket, the market. You are the one who has to take care of the children at home. School is coming up. September is coming. And we are not sure that teachers are going to be there to teach our children. People, and you don't wake up. You don't wake up. And so then, this is not a GLP or PNP situation. This is real situation that you're facing. A government who moved towards muzzling the Integrity Commission, not to speak out, not to investigate. And even when anyone from the Integrity Commission resigned, they should not speak out until 70 years. People, do you hear that? Do you hear that? What is it that this government is hiding? And he's telling you not to be distracted on social media, not to listen to us, because we are telling lies on him. Then you tell me, people, are we telling lie that Juliet in 2012 constructing apartment homes that now value over 800 million? Are we lying? Are we lying when we said in 2012 Andrew Holness began the construction on his home and took 3 years to build a house that value over 200 million? And are we lying that Andrew Holness' statutory declaration cannot be verified? Are we lying that Andrew Holness' salary cannot justify his wealth? Are we lying? Are we lying? Are we lying? So then, as I come to the end of the program, I want to say a big thanks to you all to pass through every Friday. When we burn the fire with passion for our Jamaican people. The mission that we want to have as it relates to nation building. The direction that we are taking as it relates to more golden democratic socialism. Bring back Jamaica, where we can benefit from Jamaica and Jamaica can benefit from us. We want a government that has checks and balance and transparency. We want a government that's willing to sign the code of conduct. Promised us that we should hold them accountable based on the code of conduct. Why should we continue with a government that clearly stated that they are not going to promise us nothing as it relates to good governance? And so we are not going to sign the code of conduct for you to hold us responsible. We are not signing it. So people, this is it. Do you want a government that tells you that so plain and you are so dumb to still vote for a government like this that tells you that they don't owe you no transparency? Do you want it? We want a government, as it relates to Mark Golden, who instruct his members of parliament to all sign the code of conduct. And they did. And they did. And they did. So you decide. Do you want checks and balance and transparency, or you want corruption and thievery? Can't say it any better. So it's either we want checks and balance and transparency, or you take the corruption and the thievery. Once again, thank you for passing through Mystic Sensation on a Friday. Let us read the chat and then I hand over to Wifey.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so Freedom was saying it's so sad because Jamaica has so much potential.
Exactly.
Only the people know they deserve better and can get better if they demand it of the elected officials and other citizens.
I keep up what Freedom said there. Freedom, I tell you, you have crafted that. And my heart bleeds. That's what it is going to take some people to understand that your vote is so important, right? That when you vote, you're talking about strengthening your society, building a better nation. That vote is not for you alone, but that vote is for your children, 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 children. And so then when we start to think like that, we will hold the government accountable. We will and must hold this government accountable. Thank you, Freedom, for that. Coming like the country I run upside down. Well, mixing. Exactly. All right. So that's it, honey. Okay, Wayne. Anyone notice no one in this government had the leader don't ever take any real questions about the country issue? Only who they invite to ask honeycomb questions, which is true. So true. All right. We're tired of Michelle.
I wonder if you're going to address it.
Okay, we're tired of Michelle. Yeah, click it up.
You want to address
Yeah.
it?
We tired of Michelle who pushed Doug up.
The rag.
Well, Maureen, that was, trust me, that was so despicable, Maureen. And when you look at a person like Michelle, you know what? Let me say this, Maureen. This speaks in tandem of the level of disrespect, not only from Michelle, from several members of the Jamaica Labour Party. How disrespectful they are. All right? Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So I guess that's it, and I will be handing over to Wifey as it relates to our Jeopardy. Once again, my ardent listeners, I thank you so much. And I mean, of course, if you here, right, for the first time and you like the content and you want to subscribe, feel free. We will appreciate the subscription. Share out this information. So of course, we can spread the information and where other persons can make more informed decision as we face a general election. Jaro 306, Jaro. Jamaica still has ignorant people who will kill you over these loser leaders. And this is no joke. This is no joke. It's crazy. People want to come home and are afraid. Just think of that. Just think of that. Indeed, Byron, big up yourself. I like how you speak your mind and bring us the details of what's going on in the no-function system in Jamaica. I tell you, Ricky, at the end of the day, Ricky, we have to bring the facts. And that's why when we are speaking, we're speaking with the background of facts, not alternative facts or alternative truth. We bring up the source and show you where we get this information from. We don't hide our source, right? And we give kudos, right, to our source that, provide the information and we share it. That's all we do. So we do our research, making sure that, of course, we research our content and making sure that it is coming from a place of authority, right? And then we put it out. All right. There you go, honey.
Okay, again, thank you, everyone, for being here. Happy Friday to everyone who is tuned in. Really appreciate each and everyone, as Baron said, joining us on a Friday. And before I forget and go into Tara saying good job as usual, and
blessings, Tara.
Wonderful job as always, Mr. Byron. Always good
Thank
to hear
you.
you speak each and every week. Well done with the chat, Miss, and you guys are great. Thank you so much,
Truck Life. Yeah.
Before I forget, we got a voice note. We've got several voice notes, but someone wanted us to speak on the issue of credit.
Yes.
On the phones. I don't know what the situation is with other persons in Jamaica, but the person wanted us to highlight because they were saying that other persons are being affected by this. Apparently, when the credit goes on your phone, you realize that over a period of time, a small amount is coming off without you even making a call. And they're saying that it is happening with one company in particular that person is getting service from. Right? So I don't know.
So is that Flow?
Lime.
And so Lime, I mean, look, if
Flow, sorry, it would be
Flow.
Yeah.
So if any authority from Flow, right? We are just, giving this information for you to investigate as it relates to the complainant, right? That her credit being utilized and she's not being using it. So Flow, right, sort of checking your system. So what is happening to fix the situation? And if any other persons are having this experience, then give us a call and let us know. If we have to get in touch with some authority in Flow in terms of communicating the information, we will gladly do that.
Empress saying it happens, but it comes back on mine. I don't know. So it
Wow.
seems as if maybe there's a glitch with their system or something is happening. But they need to look into their system.
And so, Flo, if there's a glitch in the system, you know, that needs to fix because it is affecting service to your loyal customers. Yeah, something give us.
Yeah, thank you, Ricky Life. Really appreciate that. Thank
yes,
you
Ricky
so
Life,
much.
pick up yourself.
Welcome, welcome, David Boo, aka Empress. Happy Friday to
All
you.
right.
Thank you so much for joining in. Also, Ricardo, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Welcome, George. Happy Friday.
Good night. Dig it up, show it up. Yes, George. Good night. Dig it up, show it up. Corruption and deception, disrespect. Exactly, George. We want a government that deals with transparency, right? Transparency, right? Of course. So that's it.
Yes, and going to address this one.
Yes.
Where is he? Where is he? There you go.
Oh, Ganja Mania. Mark Golin can't save us. Well, guess what? Ganja Mania, you know, I mean, you're free to your opinion. You must know why you say that. But I have to say to you, sir, that in making the comparison between Mark Golin and Andrew Holness, right, it would be mayhem after mayhem if you go the Andrew Holness route, because we see the obvious corruption, and what we know about Mark Golin is a man of integrity. So I am on the side of integrity. I honestly don't know which side you're on. So just let me say that. Thank you for your comment, though.
Okay. So again, guys, we are going to go into Jeopardy. So you know, we're playing for credit. The person with the most points gets $1,000 credit, digital or flow, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 credit each, digital or flow, and everybody is welcome to participate.
Byron, the time don't know. So
everybody is welcome to participate. So okay, thank you so much. Welcome, Truth. Happy Friday. Thank you. Says I have to share it. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
really,
thank
really
you, thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so the question is in the form of a statement, and then you answer in the form of a question. If it's a place or thing, then you answer what is. Then you would start with what is, and then the answer. And if it's the name of a person, then it's who is, and then the answer. All right, so let me share the template. All right. Let me just take off that logo so you can see all the categories. So it's blended tonight. So we have Bible numbers, reggae, fun facts, mathematics, and Bible quiz.
You're ready for them.
So to start, you're gonna throw out a category, and for how many points, the first one that I see, then we're gonna start with that, and then whoever answers the question correctly will choose the next category, and so on and so forth until the board is empty. God, as the months come back. All right. So choose a category and for how many points to start with. All right, so I see math coming out first. Okay, to choose a category, you don't have to start with the question. It's just to choose the category that you want, whether Bible numbers, reggae, or fun facts. But when you're answering the question, then you answer with what is or who is.
Okay, let me answer Ganja Mania.
Okay.
Okay, Ganja Mania, I've seen a broken system, but going to make more Golden accountable to the people of Jamaica. Okay, all right. Ganjamena, I think that's a reasonable question that you're asking, and I would put it up. Yeah, I would like to answer your question, sir. I think that to the fact that Mark Golding has this zeal of wanting to put in legislation what we call an impeachment bill, right, says a lot. And so then, to the fact that he didn't just speak about it, he went and he, dropped a bill there, right, for it to be argued and then, go through the appropriate legislative process. And so then, for that is, a step as it relates to checks and balance. Now, if you want to judge Mark Golding, look on his history in private life as it relates to his business that he used to operate, right? He operated a successful business as it relates to Golding and Bunting Financial Company, right? And you have never heard, right, anything as it relates to corruption when it comes to Mark Golding's name. So then, being successful as a private business person, right? He has a history of that, right? His father also was a career politician and again had done good work. So then we can use that as a basis to say, okay, all right, before we judge Mark Golding, let us give him a chance. Remember that politician, right, is now in the era of social media where we are concerned, right? And we will be putting Mark Golding under the microscope for the first 100 days, right? In terms of observing, right, and anticipating certain movements. And let me say this, Ganjamania. Don't believe that if we see that Mark Golding is going into a wrong direction, we're not going to call it out. We are going to, trust me, I can tell you that we are going to call it out. So this is not a PNP channel. This is not a JLP channel. This is a channel that stands for Jamaica and Jamaicans, right? So this is Jamaica over party. This is what our channel stands for. So thank you for that question.
Okay. All right. So so let's so math for 300. Let's start and then we'll get back to that. So math for 300. What is 237 multiplied by 17? 237 multiplied by 17. And that's for 300. Welcome, Andrew. Happy Friday.
Who?
Oh, Andrew, somebody new just joined in. Saying what's the significance and objective of this conversation. Good night, one and all.
Okay. All right. You want me to answer?
It wasn't specific. So I start the question when I type something. Hush, Ricardo. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response.
You don't want me to answer?
Just say what? You didn't ask a specific question.
Okay. What is the significant and objective of this conversation? Well, I can answer.
Okay, it's a broad statement.
Okay.
All right.
But you need to put it up. Okay, Andrew Kennedy, you asked a question. What's the significant and objective of this conversation? Good night, one and all. Let us talk about the significance of this conversation, and then we get to the objective. So the significance of this conversation, right, is to highlight the corruption that is going on as it relates to this current governance, significant of this conversation is that we are directing the people as it relates to the pursuit of good governance by highlighting the corruption of this government and help the persons, right, towards making a more informed decision. Right, the objective of this conversation is to ensure that this coming election we make informed decision in voting in a person that is dealing with nation building. We are ensuring that we are dealing with a person who can divert from corruption. We are dealing with a person that will be dealing with checks and balance, accountability, and transparency. That is our objective. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let me see who first came in with the correct response, and the correct answer is 4,029. So that's the product of 237 multiplied by 17. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, let's see. Truck Life.
But
so Truck Life is on the board with 300 points.
What?
Ricardo, what is it? I finished.
Truck Life up there.
Hayworth, Empress, Fluffy, Diva, welcome, Fluffy.
Got 300 points, Truck Life already.
Yeah, tell him, make sure him first one up on the board.
Truck Life in a business.
All right, so Truck Life is saying math for 100.
Lead it out, Truck Life.
88 plus 88. What is 88 plus 88? See, I come really low key tonight with the math questions. I know I'm drilling on for the last couple of weeks, so started to take it easy pound.
Wife, you say she take it easy.
All right. They might not agree in all aspects. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. So let's reveal the answer. And next, what is 176? So let's see who first came in, and that's for 100 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. And remember, guys, when you put in your answer, you're always going to see yourself as being first. But if you refresh the chat, then you will see exactly where you line up in the answers. Thanks, Fluffy Diva. Ricardo. So 100 points for Ricardo. Then Empress. Oh, Truck Life made an error there. Tiffany, Daniel, Truck Life. Oops.
100 for Ricardo.
Fluffy Diva.
All right, so the score as it is, Ricardo on 100 points. Truck Life on 300 points.
So Ricardo, choose the next category, and for how many points? Why is that? Okay. Okay, Ricardo wants to know what Bible numbers are. There are questions relating to happenings in the Bible that has specific numbers. It's just like a verse in the Bible or something that happened in the Bible, and you ask how many of this are, yeah. It's just like that. It can be like how many disciples were there? 12. Along that line. Oh my God, we're not easy. Okay, Ricardo, truth. Okay, he's saying math for 400. 456 divided by 8. 456 divided by 8. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays there. So what is 57? So the answer is 57, and that's for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo for 400 points. Then
400
Empress,
points?
yeah. Empress, Truck Life, Tiffany, Daniel, Fluffy Diva, and Hayworth. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points?
So score as it is, Truck Life on 300 points, Ricky Ricardo, 500 points.
All right, Ricardo, choose the next category. What? Ricardo's messaging Empress distracting her. Oh my goodness. Come, Ricardo, choose. Stop, stop disturbing Empress. David, so come fix Ricardo business, man. He said math for 200. 11 multiplied by 45. And that's for 200 points. 11 multiplied by 45. Welcome, Peter. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. He's saying working and listening, can't participate tonight. May the best man win.
All right, Peter.
So Peter is rooting for you guys. Hope work is not too hectic. Peter, have a good night. Thank you so much. Don't play, yeah, man. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is 495. So that is 495, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Jamfet there. Jamfet is here. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. Cooperative.
Yeah, so economic structure to renew hope for. Yeah. All right. Who got that?
Ricardo, then Empress, Truck Life, Danielle, Tiffany, Jamfet, Fluffy Diva, Hayworth, Sharon. All right, and that's how the answers came in.
Okay. So Ganjamena said a cooperative economic structure to renew hope for the people of Jamaicans. All right. Ganjamena, let me say this, right? And I somewhat, parallel in terms of what you said there. But for me is the principle of the economy as it relates to as I talk about structure, free market economy and mixed economy. If we can get back to mixed economy, I think that would be able to have, a little bit more control, right? As it relates to government and the private sectors merge to make decisions. Because remember, Ganjamania, and I understand where you're coming from. That when we used to practice mixed economy, the Singapore Prime Minister came to Jamaica and adopted that principle as it relates to mixed economy, where government and private sectors can make decisions as it relates to what is affecting the economy and make good decisions in terms of, for us reaching economic scale. So then when you look at that, I think the economic model that we are currently using is somewhat even confusing. Are we utilizing a mixed economy or free market economy? I mean, when you look at it, it seems like we are doing a free market economy, right? And if it is so, then we have JPS seems to be having a monopoly, which that is not conducive to a free market economy where competition drives the market. You understand where I'm going, right? So I think that the best way to go is for us to go back. You understand, as it relates to shifting our economic model to strictly mixed economy. Let me hear what you have to say about that.
All right, until he replies, let me see who first. Oh, he said math for 500. He hasn't brought it up yet. Okay, so math for 500. In Norfolk, there are 11 softball teams with 16 players on each team. So 11 teams, and each team has 16 players. There are this many players altogether. There are this many players altogether. All right, let's see. Oh, Ricardo, so you saw jump it in half a tree the other day.
What? So I said the competition like Mr. Wire tonight.
Okay.
You want to tell Byron limit.
Okay. Right, I see the answers coming in, and that's for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. What is 176? And that's for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. I'm gonna tell us that David don't come for the case.
David deal with that.
So first on the board with the correct response is David, 176. Welcome, welcome, David. Happy Friday. Then Tiffany, Truck Life, Ricardo, Daniel, Empress Hayworth, Jamfet, Sharon. All right, so Jamfet said Mandeville Wi-Fi slow. All right, so that's the order in which the answers came in. What? I think he needs to. The answers, but there's a word there. I don't think that's the word he wants to use. Right. So I'm waiting until he puts the one. All right, so he's saying Bible quiz for 100. Did I say who got the 500 points? No.
No.
Sorry, let me just go back to who got the 500 points before they start shouting at me in tone of words. Yeah, I did. David got the 500 points because I didn't say anything there. I thought I did.
Okay.
And David is saying.
So the score as it is: Truck Life on 300 points, Ricardo and David 500 points each.
All right, so Bible quiz for 100. These were Adam and Eve's three sons. So what's the name of Adam and Eve's three sons? Yeah, I realize. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Cain, Abel, and Seth. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response.
Did gentleman respond?
Yes, he did, but I'm not sure. Hold on. You can make sense out of it. I was waiting to see if he was gonna.
It way down there, his response way down there.
One sec, guys, I'm coming.
Here it is.
Okay, here.
Okay, I agree with you. We need to get the people fully.
I'm not sure if he wants to say
engage
or whatever.
I think, yeah, I think he wants to say fully engaged. So yeah, thank you. As it relates to that ganja mania, you understand? We are on parallel grounds. All right.
Okay. All right. So let's see who first came in with Okay, so first on the board with the correct response, there's so Empress is first on the board with the correct response.
Empress,
and that is for 100 points. Then Ricardo, Jamfet, Tiffany, spelled King, or Diva. Okay, and that's how the answers came in.
Jamfet, oh, you make Ricardo and Empress that beat you up so bad.
So the Wi-Fi know where he is. All right. All right, so the next one, Bible quiz for 200. David wrote the most in this book. So a book of the Bible. David wrote the most in this book. So which book did David write the most in? Which book of the Bible? Come, people, make your Sunday school teachers proud.
You want to record a don't call me.
All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and is what is the book of Psalms? So, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response.
Big up yourself, Sharon Savage. What's up, sister? What a one.
Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. Then Jamfet, 200 points for Ricardo.
You know, I don't feel like give Ricardo the 200 points.
Area, no. Then Empress, Aworth, Tiffany. Okay, Daniel corrected himself. Then Sharon. Okay, Ricky, choose the next category and for how many points?
All right, so the score as it is, Empress on 100 points, Chuck Light 300 points, David 500 points, and Ricky Ricardo 700 points.
Sharon send me there, Byron.
All right.
Before Wappy back come again. Because I get the
How you Wappy back?
Oh, you know name Wappy back, no you. All right, so Ricardo is saying Bible quiz for 300. He bought Joseph and put him into slavery. his name is. So name the person
Double
who bought
point.
Joseph and puts him into slavery, and it's a double point answer. So whoever answers this correctly is gonna get 600 points.
Like a pastor, so now I'll get this.
Yeah, look at it.
So then the gold pastor, some out of this.
Me not see the answer yet. I don't see what I'm looking for. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And let me just reveal that. And who is Potiphar?
Potiphar.
And he was a captain of the guard of Pharaoh. So Potiphar is the one who bought Joseph and put him into slavery. And that is for 600 points. So let's see who first, although I know who first came in. Him the on the board yet? All right, him I gonna run up on the board right now. So on the board with the correct response is Jamfet with 600 points.
Yes, sir.
We're not marking for spellings, people. So, so who is Potiphar?
The man from cool Mandeville. Yes, Jamfet.
Jamfet said, Master God, a God is the board.
All right. So the score as it is: Empress 100 points, Short Life 300 points, David 500 points, and the man from cool Mandeville, Jamfet 600 points, and Ricky Ricardo leading 700 points.
Okay, so he is saying, oh, I didn't release the board. He's saying fun facts for 200. Yeah, fun facts for 200. Another name for blue draws.
What?
What's another name for blue draws?
That is something that me love when I youth grew up now.
Tiffany, you'll get on the board.
When blue draw is done,
The race is not for the swift, but who can endure to the end. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for.
More see who will get the blue draws answer.
What is Dukuno?
No.
And that is for 200 points. So what is Dukuno? All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. But this new generation, anybody know how to make it?
Think of it.
We're losing our culture, you know, little by little.
Slowly but surely.
Does anyone know how to make Dukuno in the chat? Any one of you guys know how to make it?
I think Ricardo know how to make Dukuno.
All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life.
Wow.
And that is for 200 points. So Truck Life, then Ricardo, Jamfet. I think it's called Tail Leaf.
But the Empress, you know, over me, Dukuno, yeah, it called Tail Leaf.
Okay, so they still correct, but looking for Dukuno. Hayworth, Empress went back and put Dukuno. Daniel also put Tail Leaf, which is another name.
All right. So the score as it is: Empress on 100 points. Short Life, David 500 points. Jamfet 600 points. Ricky Ricardo still in the lead, 700 points.
Welcome, Sniper. Happy Friday.
Sniper, big up yourself.
So Sharon also has Dukuno, Fluffy Diva Tail Leaf, which is another name. Worth. Oh, the mic. The mic is acting up again.
Oh, what is
that? Look at the mic. No, it's as if it's making that strange sound. All right, Truck Life says facts for 100.
What am I telling me saying fit up one chat and get chat? And that mean
facts for 100. This national hero was a pastor. Name this national hero. Everybody run out, skip out, jump out, but don't crawl out because you will get left behind. So this national hero was a pastor. Remember, name of a person is
what kind of money is there? No banana leaf in Canada. But come to think of it in terms of what Ganja Mena said, no banana leaf in Canada. We ever see any banana plant in Canada?
Have you been on any other farms?
No, that's true.
We have some farms here in Canada, so maybe might have.
But we never see any though.
No, we never went on the farm.
No, we never went on the farm. So.
All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Paul Bogle, and that's for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo.
Well,
that's for 100 points. Then Jamfet, Empress, Danielle, Mixin, Sharon, Fluffy, Diva, Tiffany. Ricardo said, was he a pastor or a deacon? Whichever one, him did in a church. I think it's deacon, you know.
Yeah?
Deacon Bogle.
Yeah.
Deacon. It's deacon. You're correct. Alright, because the Batman have no name. Okay. Alright. Oh, Julian, you're lagging. You're lagging, Julian. Okay, who I just said got it?
I'm not here. I'm looking to hear.
Ricardo. I really need to listen, you know. And I'm have to go
You need to speak. Who have it? You know what? You didn't speak.
I did. Paul Bogle, Ricardo.
Oh, okay.
And that is for 200 points. No.
Oh,
100 points. 100 points. Okay.
800 points.
100 points. So Ricardo is saying for 300. All right. I'm not confused myself now. But we just did fun facts. The shortest serving Jamaican Prime Minister. Name the shortest serving Jamaican Prime Minister. The shortest serving Jamaican Prime Minister. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Donald Sangster. And it says he succeeded Bustamante as Prime Minister on 23rd February 1967, and he only had one cabinet meeting before he fell ill less than 2 weeks later and became the only Prime Minister to die in office on 11th April after suffering a subarachnoid hemorrhage, which means a massive brain bleed, because I've heard people say that he was poisoned in his office. This says that he had a brain bleed, which a subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is a massive brain bleed, and that is for 300 points. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me go down. Okay, Ricardo, who is Donald Sangster, and that is for 300 points. Then Jamfet, Empress, 300 points to Ricardo.
Ricardo?
Yes. Empress, Fluffy. Okay, Sharon also came in with Sangster, Payworth. Tiffany. All right, I see. Okay, so choose the next category. Ricardo, and for how many points? Okay, somebody has started typing it too. Thanks for that, Tiffany. All right, Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Ricardo, what you mega call all of your phone them. Oh my goodness, reggae for 100. This artist sings Family. This artist sings the song Family. Name the artist. Name the artist. What? Can't hold him, you know? Cannot hold him at all. One sec, guys.
1692.
Need the exact date to make sure so I have it correct. All right.
You should ask me.
You know the month and the day.
Mm-hmm.
So who is Popcorn? And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. I'm gonna say popcorn. Popcorn. Sorry, I'm not open my mouth wide and not round it up. Popcorn.
All right. Stop for a minute.
All right. Chuck Life for 100 points. Chuck Life, where you round it up, it's not popcorn, it's popcorn. Then Ricardo, Empress, Sniper, but he didn't put who is Daniel, Sharon, Mixin. Okay, corrected that. Sniper, Fluffy Diva, Hayworth. Right, so that's how the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Empress on 100 points. Chuck Life and Jamfet 600 points. David 500 points. Ricky Ricardo 1,100 points. Ricardo increasing lead.
All right, so reggae for 200. This artist's album is More Fire. Name the artist. This artist's album is More Fire. So name the artist. All right, no delays. Me and them are run out. Who is Capleton? And that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let's see. Reggae for 200. Okay, that was that one. Okay. Truck Life, who is Capleton. Then Jamfet, Ricardo, 200. Ricardo, Empress, Mixin, Sniper, Fluffy Diva, Sharon, Hayworth, oops, Sniper, okay.
So the score as it is, Empress on 100 points. David 500 points. Jamfet 600 points. Truck Life 800 points. Ricky Ricardo 1,100 points.
All right, so reggae for okay. Ganja Mania, no can't make blue jaws in Canada. No Hannah's leaf. No banana leaf. Sorry, a typo. All right. We're Jamfet, wait for the question. Reggae for 300. This artist sings She's Royal. So royal. Guys, don't listen to the voice.
Beautiful voice.
This artist thinks She's Royal. Name the artist. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Now coming up. Empress, I realize when I post any of those videos for a long time, so it's going to be hard to get more questions out of them. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, who is Taurus Riley? So who is Taurus Riley? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. It's for 300. David. 300 points for David. Who is Taurus Riley? 300 points for David. Going once, going twice. Taurus Riley.
Who got it?
David for 300
300
points.
points?
Yes, then Truck Life, Empress, Mixon, Ricardo, Snapper, never finished it, Danielle, Tiffany. It's not about and nobody with that crowing. Fluffy Diva. Oh my goodness, the ganja. Okay, just put his first name. But I tell you, spelling them turn up. All right, so David is saying, he said fax for 400. This artist sings Driver. This artist sings Driver. And that is for 400 points. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and that is for 400 points, and it is who is Buju Banton. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Is the wrong topic, my click on? Well, we have to go with it then. Wait, what him did say? Fun facts. Sorry. Oh, it's fun facts of 400. We're going to just run with that then because that's the one I opened up. Sorry. Welcome, Verona. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. I realize now, Daniel, thanks for correcting that, but I opened it up already, so we're going with that. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life for 400 points. Then Ricardo, Tiffany, Sharon, Sniper, Empress. Okay. Okay, then Ganja Mania. Okay. No, I'm not scrapping that one because it's open already. Still answer the question, so you can choose the other category again. And Verona also came in with that answer. Ricardo. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, Truck Life. Okay, fun fact for 400. I get the correct one now.
So the score as it is, Empress 100 points. Jamfed 600 points, David 800 points, Ricardo 1,100 points, Truck Life 1,200 points.
All right, the date Port Royal sunk, and it's a double point answer. I need the month, I need the entire date. the month, the day, and the year. So the date Port Royal sunk, and that is for 400 points. So I need the full date, the month, the day, and the year. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays. And what is June 7th, 1692? So June 7th, 1692, and that is for 800 points because it's a double point answer. All right, so 800 points to the person who first answers this correctly. Empress, 800 points, June 7th, 1692. Then
Empress, right?
yeah, Ricardo,
And
Jamfet,
how much for the points?
800.
So it's double?
Yeah. So
16?
400
okay.
doubled to 800. Then Ricardo is all jumbled. Tiffany. Okay. Choose the next category.
Okay.
How many points?
And the score as it is, Jamfet on 600 points, David 800 points, Empress 900 points, Vicky Ricardo 1,100 points, and Chuck Life 1,200 points. Still a far way to go.
So choose the next category and for how many points? Empress. The Empress just got it, right?
Yeah, I did already.
Okay.
800 points to Empress.
Regardless, the line is stuck, you know. Empress, okay, she's completing fun facts. Identify the food that is on this plate. I forgot that. Identify the food that is on this plate. What is on that plate, people?
Okay, all right, some pizza thing coming on.
Seriously. You know what? Turn off the interrogation light. So I don't know your mom. Just tap it. See the answer that I am looking for. What is rice and peas? The rice and peas is on the plate. Seriously, man. So that is for 500 points. So let's see who first. Look what the photo.
Just me.
Alright.
Mixing. So what is bolo slush? A bolo slush that mixing. You're gonna write some piece of bolo slush that.
My God.
But now eat that mixing.
Oh God. What is oatmeal?
What is slabadash?
Okay, Empress said, what is rice and peas? So Empress came in with the correct response to 500 points.
500 points for Empress?
Yes. Daniel, Tiffany. It's don't come me.
Really don't come me. Okay, so
Daniel,
the score as it is,
Sharon,
Jamfet on 600 points, David 800 points, Vicky Ricardo 1,100 points, Short Life 1,200 points, and Empress in the lead 1,400 points.
My goodness, Empress, a fair chef, yeah, Jamfet.
Mixing said, not even my dog mother get that. And I lie mixing. Look how it's up my stocks there.
Well, identify the rice and peas though. All right, she's saying reggae. Okay, so she's completing reggae. This artist sings Who Knows? Oh, this is supposed to be these artists. It's two. These artists sing Who Knows? And it's a double-year score. So whoever answers that correctly is gonna get their score doubled after adding the 500. So this artist sings It's supposed to be 2 persons, yes. Things, who knows? Right, and that is for 500 points. So it's 2 persons. It's a rice and chicken food. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, who is our protege and chronics? So protege and chronics. I don't know if it's that's how we pronounce it, but no. So that's 500 points. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, Ricardo, 500 points added to his score, and then please double his score.
Whoa.
And then Empress, Truck Life, Sniper, Sharon, Mixin. Yep, so that's how the answer came.
So the score as it is, Jamfet on 600 points, David 800 points, Truck Life 1,200 points, Empress 1,400 points, Ricardo way ahead 3,200 points.
And Benjamin said, "Come here to learn." Okay,
Blessings, Benjamin.
You. All right. So choose the next category, and for how many points, Ricardo? Let me go back to the rice and peas because I don't understand that. Oh my goodness. Okay, Ricardo, so Bible quiz for 400. The oldest man in the Bible. Who was the oldest man in the Bible? Come on, people. Make your Sunday school teachers proud. Right, you never just go Sunday school for when break time come to go buy suck alone and cheese tricks and I remember nothing that was taught. Come. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So no delays. And it is, who is Methuselah? And according to the Bible of according to the book of Genesis, Methuselah was the son of Enoch, the father of Lamech, and the grandfather of Noah. He died at the age of 969. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could live this long?
Oh, geez.
He lived until he was 969 years old, and that is for 400 points. So who is Methuselah? All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, first on the board with the correct response is Empress, and that is for 400 points. Oh, Aworth is now lagging. Then Jamfet, Sharon, Ricardo, then Sharon. May I know what I did I put there, Ricardo, because that's far from what that's far from what is supposed to be on the answer. It's a totally different name. All right, so Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? It's years, Wayne. Okay, so she's saying Bible, so she's completing the Bible. Which is not a fruit of the Spirit from the book of Galatians. So these are what they said are fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, generosity, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control, and conceited. Which one does not belong? Which is not a fruit of the Spirit from the book of Galatians. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me just reveal, and it is what is conceited. So conceited is not a fruit of the Spirit. So that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. First on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, then Tiffany, so 500 points to Ricardo. Then Tiffany, Jamfet, then Empress again. Okay. All right. So Bible numbers for 500 says Ricardo. All right. I can't dance around it anymore. These many baskets were left after Jesus fed the crowd of 5,000. How many baskets were left over? These many baskets were left after Jesus fed the crowd of 5,000. So how many baskets were of leftovers were there? So you see the running from it, and it's very straightforward. All right. So I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 12. So 12 baskets were left over, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. It's a bit done. Oh, Tiffany. All right, Truck Life. That's it, 500 points to Truck Life. Yeah. Then Jamfet, Ricardo, Daniel, Tiffany, Benjamin is picking up Empress, and Sharon. That's how the answer came in. All right, so Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? Well, choose how many points. It's one category left. I'm so accustomed to saying that. $100. Okay. God took these many days to create heaven and the earth. God took these many days to create heaven and the earth. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays, and it is what is 6. He rested on the 7th day. All right, so it took 6 days. So let's see who first came in with that correct answer, and it is for 100 points. See who first put this 6. Ricardo for 100. Then Jamfet, Ricardo for 100. Then Jamfet, Empress, Freedom, Nixon. All right, that's how the answers came in. So Ricardo, how many points? Ricardo left the board, no man. All right, 200 points. The number of stones David had in his bag before he slingshot Goliath. So the number of stones David had in his bag before he slingshot Goliath. And that is for 200 points. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is 5 smooth stones? So he had 5 stones in his bag, and that is for 200 points. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oops. Ricardo, 200 points. Then Empress, David, Tiffany. Okay, good night, Jolene. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you being here. Have a wonderful and blessed weekend. And also Sharon came in with 5.
Bless up, Julian.
The Empress. Okay, and Verona also came in with 5. So Ricardo is now saying 400.
Oh, one more.
Jesus fed this many people with bread and fish. Run out, everybody. Jesus fed this many people with bread and fish. Run out, everybody. See, you're paying attention. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And what is 5,000? So he fed 5,000 people with fish and bread. What is it? 5 loaves and 2 fish. All right, so let's see who first came in with the answer. Okay, let me just go back up a bit. Okay, so 400 starts there. Okay, so Truck Life.
Truck Life got that 400.
400, yeah. Then Ricardo, Empress, Mixon, Sharon, Wayne. Okay, Verona didn't get to finish that.
Okay.
John Jermaine jumping ahead. He's getting the next question. All right. So choose the next category. Okay, it's the last one. What am I saying? It's the last one. So 300. Jesus healed these many lepers. How many lepers did Jesus heal? Jesus healed these many lepers. Come on, people. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays. And what is 10? So Jesus healed 10 lepers. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. I see. 1 sec. Right there. Come to there. Jamfet. And that is for 300 points.
Jamfet 300 points.
Yeah. Then Ricardo, Empress, Jamfet, oh, if you put it properly. Then Tiffany, Sharon. Right.
Okay.
So we have come to the end of Jeopardy.
That's it?
Yep. Congratulations to everyone who made the board, and congratulations to everyone who participated. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate each and everyone's support each week. Jump and start double jeopardy. We're never ready. Pure top scooters in the night, yeah. Oh, play sharpshooters out of our scores in the night, yeah. Some typo. Okay, so Byron is doing the final tallies. Yes, congratulations to everyone and thank everyone for participating. And am I on the board? Yes, you are. Empress is on the
All right.
board.
So for all those persons make the board, right? Congratulations. And for all those persons who play as well, participate as well, congratulations to you all. All right. So in fifth place, we have David taking home 800 points. Fourth place, Jumpet taking home 900 points. Empress taking home 1,800 points. Truck Life in second place, 2,300 points. And Ricky Ricardo finished the game with 4,000 points.
All right. So David is saying send his to the 408 flow. So
David,
just write that beside David's name.
408 flow?
Yeah.
408 flow.
Let me see if anybody said anything else and I missed it. Okay, and Sharon is congratulating everyone. Tiffany saying congrats to me for trying. Yes, as I said, the race is not for the swift, but those who can endure to the end. Right. So again, thank you for participating, and congratulations to all the winners. Really appreciate each and every one. I'm not gonna keep you guys much longer because I know some of you have work in the morning and we also have work. So really appreciate it. I know you could have been elsewhere on a Friday night, but you chose to be with us. So we really appreciate each and every one of you guys. And thank you guys for to the new subscribers. Thank you to everyone who have been here with us from day one. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate you guys. And remember to share the live. And we need to be our brother's keeper. Be mindful of the time we are living in and look out for each other. And I'm just gonna say, have a wonderful and blessed rest of the weekend and a wonderful and productive week. Until next week, safe travel on the Bravo. Love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. All right.